integrated with the government electronic payment gateway that provides a seamless paperless payment experience. It is a system so efficient, it eliminates the need for a trader to physically visit the port. In a significant stride towards facilitating international trade, we are excited to announce the introduction of Visa and MasterCard as recognized methods of payment for traders. This forward-thinking initiative aligns with our commitment to providing a seamless, efficient, and globally accessible trading experience. Now, traders can effortlessly conduct transactions, clear goods, and navigate the complexities of international trade with the convenience and security offered by these globally recognized payment methods. As a major tool of convenience, we are proud to introduce the Tanzania Ports Authority mobile app, an innovative solution designed to empower traders. This user-friendly app streamlines processes, offering real-time updates on cargo status, transaction history, and essential documentation. With features such as live tracking and instant notifications, the app becomes an indispensable ally for traders navigating the dynamic world of international commerce. We also utilize our integrated security system, which features state-of-the-art technology to safeguard against theft and terrorism, reinforcing our commitment to a secure and efficient trading environment and emphasizing on the true meaning of Dar es Salaam, a haven of peace. The ongoing developments in and around the port of Dar es Salaam have not gone unnoticed. Business communities in Tanzania and across the region attest to the remarkable improvements in functionality. As we embark on constructing a 1,554-kilometer crude oil export pipeline, our importance in Africa's trade landscape is set to soar. Voted Africa's leading cruise port at the 27th edition of the World Travel Awards, the port of Dar es Salaam is not just a hub. It's an embodiment of Tanzania's trajectory towards higher heights, aligning itself strategically in the midst of the African trade boom. Invest with confidence. This is your gateway to African trade success.
As we navigate the dynamic landscape of international trade, I want to assure you our commitment to fostering strong and enduring partnership. The Port of Dar es Salaam is dedicated to provide seamless services and continually enhancing our capabilities to meet and exceed all our stakeholders' expectations. Together, we are not just shaping the future of our port, but contributing to a brighter future for Tanzania as well as Eastern, Central, and Southern African nations. I am confident that through collaborative effort, we will achieve greater heights and continue to be a catalyst for the nation and continent's economic prosperity.
Universities cannot prepare these students for work readiness.
In 2019, European Union and the private sector conducted a series of studies. And from those studies, it was very clear that one, Uganda has a high unemployment rate, and private sector in particular had specific skills needs or sets, and the qualified young Ugandans coming from institutions of learning would not match up.
We found out of the study that there were areas that were not being covered within the curriculum of the university, or they were just touch-based. Areas like personal development skills, interpersonal skills, professionalism, digital ethos. They do entrepreneurship at the school. But here we didn't look at that, we looked at the entrepreneurship mindset. Then out of that, we concluded that these are the areas that should be focused upon.
So for us to address that dilemma, we decided to start the Graduates into Employment program, which would help a young person be introduced to the work world and be equipped with the necessary skills, practical skills, hands-on skills they need so that when they go out there, an employer finds them suitable for the position they've applied for.
You know, most of us, after campus, you normally want to apply for something that is showing you 5 years of work experience, but then you've not even done anything.
We started to think about developing the curriculum for work readiness, how to prepare the graduates for the employers, how to prepare the graduates to find the jobs.
Prior or before the program, so I used to be a good person in coding, developing websites and systems. If I'm tasked to develop system A, I'm supposed to develop that system and nothing else I could touch. I think I got that skill of diversifying my area. If I am appointed to help people about maybe a breakdown of a system, then it doesn't remove anything from me if I found the office is dirty and I sweep the office. Then interpersonal skills, how I relate with other people at the place of work, even at home.
Every training cohort that we handled provided us with insights which helped us to improve the next training cohort that we handled. We're able to do assessment of these participants so that by the time we were giving them certificates, we were already sure of the level of retention, but also we had worked with them to come up with an action plan that going back to wherever they were going, they would be tasked to implement.
You know, currently in Uganda, we don't have schools that teach experience. Experience is learned and then earned. So if you've learned experience, you've gained the experience, now you can be job worthy. And in 6 months' time, what we expect from the graduate, we expect the graduate to have gained experience. And this we tell them more of. It's more of marketing yourself.
Via this series of the trainings I got to know that at times you need to be flexible.
Being flexible is what people are looking up to. You may be having that special skill, but then if you fail to adapt to also what comes with that skill that you're having, then at the end of the day, you're losing it all.
I came with a fixed mind. Then when I was taught by my mentors and coaches, I was taught a skill called an open mind and a growth mind skill. I have been equipped with a lot of skills, both soft skills and the practical skills. The soft skills, we have the problem solving, management skills, empathy, critical thinking, financial literacy, to mention but a few.
Before the work readiness program, I was very much rigid. Yeah, if the employer tells me that you come here at 8, that's the time I'll come. If there is any other exception and he wants me to come at 5, then that will be a quarrel.
But the employee does not know the backgrounds will come from. So through such trainings, they hope to shape into a background that helps you to work well with the people, the new people you're meeting up. And if it's your first time to work with individuals, then you know how best to deal with them, you know how best you can live with them, and you know how best you can work with them.
And when they came in here, the first thing I told them, no, you guys, all of us were educated. Put your degrees aside. This is practical. There were more of theory. Actually, when you look at the day one, some came with ties and shoots. But like, please, you have to forget your degrees. Here we're coming for practical work.
The most standout of this is if you look at effective communication. How do I communicate with my colleagues? How do I communicate with my administrative heads? How do I communicate with anybody or everyone around me? If find that it has really so much impacted me when it comes to communication, then also teamwork. Like, we've been really able to build one of the strongest teams, even within the shortest period of time that I've been here.
In soft skills from PSFU, he exhibited very good work ethic and communication skills, which made it very easy for him to become an integral part of the team.
As a graduate, I had a lot of theory. I was looking at where can I execute my theory into the practicability. And I am saying that Active Innovation has allowed me at least to really feel what I studied at the university and see it work on the ground. Because after sizing for an irrigation system, you're allowed to get on the ground and do these installations. And when you come back, you're different from how you came after sizing the system. So you know the design, you know how to install, and this is the profession we're talking about.
In school, we get knowledge, but knowledge is not sufficient to transfer solutions, to sell, and also to be able to solve problems for our customers. For starters, your customer must be your friend, to believe in you. He was trained, first of all, to become a people person. I believe he has been trained how to handle personal relationships. Also technically, how to solve problems technically.
The private sector is expected, of course, to create jobs to the tune of about 800,000 jobs per year, because that's roughly the current number of graduates that are ready for the job market. But still, the private sector does not create that number of jobs because of the informalities. We were dealing with issues of the private sector development and growth.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much once again for coming through for the Gender Inclusive Financing and Innovations Expo. And we want to welcome us right here for this expo as we talk about gender inclusive financing.
We are very pleased to let you know that GROW has picked momentum. We have started skilling women in entrepreneurship training after curriculum was worked with the Makerere University Business School. On the 30th of this month, that product was launched, and so we've started training women.
Today is a delightful day, and we are pleased at Private Sector Foundation to have convened in collaboration with the Ministry of Gender and the World Bank this expo themed Catalyzing Innovation for Gender Inclusive Finance. The expo, which is part of the broader efforts of the GROW project, seeks to address the persistent barriers to women's access to affordable financing in our country.
This expo is very timely because we are looking at how do we harness technology, how do we harness solutions that are supporting women financing to complement the other components that will be teaching our women on entrepreneurship and profit and all the other aspects related to business enterprises.
When women thrive, the nations prosper. You are the mother of nations. We must ask, what financing models truly work for rural women and informal entrepreneurs? How do we support women moving from micro to medium scale? Together, let us commit to co-creating a financial system that works for all Ugandans.
Umurimo gwanjye mukuru no kuriisa nkaija naatamu okuhinga bwanyuma yo kumanya ngu Post Bank eine loan y'abariisa n'abihingi bakampa miliyoni 15 ziine interest ya 10% nayongeraho ahantu hasi natwara obwire burengwa niho ndi omuriisa nihayo posti ndiisa ntunda nindi sente z'emikarata n'enimi bwanyuma y'emyezi 3 ntunda nshashura looni ntunka school fees z'abaana banje abakyari mu by'okuza oku mukashoberwayo mwije muronde sente.
The GROW project is a Government of Uganda initiative implemented by the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development.
Kandi ndimage ebihimba ebitooke n'emwanyi tizina kizibu okutulayo obundi omubitweka 2 noisasura noikozesa kurungi tizina kizibu era nkaikozesa nasasura namaze kusasura nafikisaho na balansi yange n'abaana bange bakasoma na kurungi abukati ntabangibwe school fees asomero era na hati abaana era mbasasurire school fees kurungi tibaro abakombanje kasente ako karungi tikaina kizibu kiona.
The GROW project is a Government of Uganda initiative implemented by the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development and Private Sector Foundation Uganda with support from the World Bank.
I own 2 businesses in Masin Town, Tanga Street. My businesses deal in general enterprises. I have household utensils and home decors. My businesses have grown because of the GROW money. I got 45 million of GROW money, which was supposed to be paid within 1 year, that those are 12 months. GROW actually has helped me to expand business. I began with 1 business across a side on my left-hand side, and this one is the new business which I've just started some 2 months back, all the cutters of GROW money. The 45 millions I got, I increased the capital in the other one, and the profits from the other one actually has helped to me to start up this one.
The GROW project is a Government of Uganda initiative implemented by the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development and Private Sector Foundation Uganda with support from the World Bank.
I'm a businesswoman in Kagadi Town Council. I own a business in kitchenware and I have a pottery project at home. When I got this GROW loan, it was 20 million, but I was able to inject in the business. As you see it, I keep getting out some profits in the business alone, the kitchenware. Then also the birds at home, I get some profits and I'm able to pay my children's fees. I had a plot that I'd bought, but I also put up some structures of rentals and I'm almost somewhere at least. Then also my house, I'm also getting a bit by bit, because the pottery project is really working for me so much that I get some good profit out of it. And I'm also able to pay the loan since it is of small rate. The interest is so low that I cannot even feel it. I feel this money was for free compared to other loans.
Amanya gange Senda Bayunga Sanyigire, Director, Gizi Restaurants. Gizi Restaurant nagitandika 2013. nali njagala nnyo okukola restaurant kubanga ebiseera byange byonna nali nkola nga waitress mu restaurant, so nenjagala nnyo restaurant. Bwe natandika restaurant natandika nga nina 4 chair ne 1 table, naye olw'okuba nti natandika omulimu nga ngwagala, bakasitoma banjagala nnyo nga wadde nalina 1 table 4 chairs nga bwe bajja balinda abantu abo 4 ne bafuluma era ne bajja ne batuula. Mwaka gumu n'ekitundu nalaba nga neetaaga okukola expansion, nemenya edduuka eddala nengaziwa nempeza meza 4 n'obutebe 16 eneyongera 2015 nga wayiseewo emyaka 2015 DFCU nejja ku kizimbe okuninaana awo kwa Mponye Mall nenjoyininga DFCU. Ati bwe najoyininga DFCU nenzigulawo account mu DFCU ne wabawo manager n'angamba twandyagadde okukuwa ku looni n'oyongeramu mu bizinesi yo. Ekirowoozo ekyo n'ekigula. Nasooka nentya ne ngamba naafuna obusobozi obunasasula looni eyo, n'angamba ya ojja kusobola. Ebiseera bye nafunayo looni ya miliyoni 10 ne zinnyamba okukola expansion gaziwe walala. Looni nengisasula mu mwaka, nengisasula bulungi. Manager n'angamba olabo ogisobodde. Ne banyongera looni endala, neneyongera okugaziwa, neneyongera okugula ebyuma ebya restaurant, flyers, ebintu ebyetaagisa, coffee machine biki, era ne bampa 1 year era ssente nezisasula. Namu okusoomoozebwa mu 2019 covid najja ekisitookinga okukola ate nga nalinayo looni nenkalubirizibwamu. Ne nagenda ne nnyonnyola management ya DFCU neŋŋamba kale tugenda kuwa plan ey'okusasula looni eyo. Banyongerayo omwaka omulala nensasula looni. Immediately nenfuna looni y'abakyala ya bro, nfuna miliyoni 2 era ne bampa 1 year nenkola branch eno. Nengula ebintu byetaagisa ku mulimu kubanga amasannyalaze gatutawaanya, nengula zi generators, buli branch nenjiwa generator okubanga amasannyalaze bwe gagenda tetukosebwa. Kusoomoozebwa kwensanze mu bizinensi eno kwe kutraininga omukozi n'omutraininga kino kiri kino ate namala zaako omulimu emyaka n'okunsomesa ekya expansion nali nakitya naye ne baŋŋamba noosanyu bizinensi yonna okugejja olina okuba nga okola expansion. Ne mbagamba expansion sijja gisobola, ne baŋŋamba ojja gisobola, tugenda kuwa looni. Buli wonookola expansion ojja kulaba ate buli lwe ngenda okugyayo looni bansomesa. Nsooka kubeera mu class ne bansomesa ssente ogenda zikozesa bwoti ne bwoti ne bwoti ne bwoti osobole okuba nga osasula looni. Tebakoma okwo mu kusasula looni eyo ate ne bampushinga kumpa bizinesi kubanga nze ndi mu byakulya ndi mu byakunywa. Bwabaayo oba balina kikyonna kye baba nakyo nze nkolayo, nze mbawa bizi kufumba, nze mbasaavinga. Kyensinza okuganyulwa DFCU yenyambye okukola expansion ate nsuubira ebizimbe byogize restaurant ate nga DFCU yempadde support. So neyanza nnyo DFCU, mwebale twagala, mwebale tuwagira, era nkyali ne DFCU. DFCU njagala ebeere mu Uganda emyaka n'emyaka egitalina kkomo.
DFCU, going further together. When you don't use Momo, your day gets ruined.
Bro, mwina muka change. Madam, muka change. Boda, papa.
save your day from getting ruined. Use the Momo app or dial *165*3# to pay and enjoy zero charges below 5K. That's the power of Momo.
MTN voice bundle. Ay. Load. Hey. Hello, Mama. Hey, it is me, your son, Opio. Hey, now, Mama, listen to me. MTN has the offer. Yes, it has the offer. You load from 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. Now, they have free MTN to MTN minutes. And those minutes are there all day. So you load, you'll thank me later. Mama.
Load an MTN voice bundle between 7 a.m. and 8 a.m. and get 3 free MTN to MTN minutes valid all day. Dial *100*21# and get your free minutes bully daily. Free your fire with free minutes from MTN. Together, our connection is unstoppable. MTN.
At Flawless Creations, we deliver beautifully executed events. Introducing our new high-resolution, high-quality LED screens for presentations, branding, and media playback, adaptable to different spaces and perfect for every venue. Paired with our modern LED poster display screens, ideal for entrances, activations, schedules, dynamic messaging, and enhancing your brand presence. We've also expanded our intelligent lighting systems designed for both indoor and outdoor setups, creating the right atmosphere and mood for every occasion. With our expanded stage platforms, we can now build anything from an intimate panel setup to a full-scale large stage for international events. All this builds on our already established experience in event production and management, bringing together technology, creativity, and a skilled team to deliver conferences, corporate launches, workshops, weddings, concerts, and all types of events.
Growing is natural. It's something that defines our journey. It's that first step. It's the next sunrise. The desire to achieve more. It's the joy to see things grow and keeps your eyes on tomorrow. As this great nation grows, we believe that we can grow together.
A very good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. Would like to get started, and as such, I'll invite for all of you on the outside, within the hearing of my voice, to make your way inside. If you are having a cup of coffee or tea, please feel free to come in with it. Would like to officially press play in the next 2 or so minutes. So, yeah. And in as much as possible to encourage those seated at the back, feel free to resist the backbencher spirit and make your way to the front. And let's just have a good time together. So in about 2 minutes, we'll be officially starting. But for now, media team, over to you with some music or something. We'll start in 2 minutes.
Every day, over 15 million members are transforming Africa. $15 million members, empowered to harvest, to create, to dream. Equity. Karibu member.
All right, a very good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. You are all absolutely welcome. And I guess in line with Dr. Betty's speech yesterday, I should say, good morning, East Africa. Please greet the East Africa next to you and find out how they are doing. Check for proof of life. Make sure they are well. And we'd like to just officially start. Welcome back to day 2 of this 3rd annual Regional Industrialization Conference. I think we're off to a good start yesterday. Amazing speeches, amazing discussions, deliberations, questions, and we'd like to be able to jump into a whole lot more of that today as well. By way of starting, allow me to indulge you just to get to your feet. Yesterday we started with an opening word of prayer, and I believe it's in order for us to carry on with the same today. So let's just rise for a word of prayer, and then we shall officially start. Let's humble ourselves and pray. Our Father in heaven, we thank you for a beautiful day. We believe this is the day that you have made for us to rejoice and to be glad in it. We thank you for the conversation that started yesterday and continues today on industrialization within the region. We thank you for all the deliberations that we had and that we're going to have today. We commit the discussions, the panelists, the keynote speakers, and everything that we're going to discuss today into your hands. We pray that it shall not just be mere talk, but shall actually transition and convert into actual benefit and change that we see on the ground. We thank you and commit everything into your hands. In Jesus' name we pray, and everyone say, amen. Now, just before you take your seats, let's not be in a hurry to sit. It's a bit of a cold morning. Yesterday I said a healthy human being needs how many compliments a day? Do you remember? It's actually 7. Who has received any compliments since they came this morning? And I'll tell your neighbor, shame on you. Shame on you, neighbor. But I'm going to ask the DJ again, and I'm going to give you all of 2.5 minutes. You're going to move around. Give somebody a compliment. Tell them you look amazing. Get to know them better. And yeah, so Mr. DJ, give me some East African music if possible. And let's move around. Not limited to your table. Feel free to move out of your table space and go to another table. And talk to somebody, meet somebody new, welcome them. Tell Jackie she looks amazing. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . Come on, move around, meet another East African. Give them a high five, yes.
Mama, usiende popote. Jumoyo wangu ushakubali, umenikalia chapati, nitakulinda kama polisi, itabidi nikumali.
Once you're done with at least 3 or 4, you'll be welcome to take your seats.
Nitakulinda kama polisi, itabidi nikumali. Ile sura yako mzuri mama. Mzuri mama. Mzuri mama. Yeah. Mzuri mama. Tabasamu lako maua. Mzuri mama. Yeah. Mzuri mama. Oh. Mzuri mama. Na figa yako kama ya chupa. Mzuri mama. Baby. Mzuri mama. Yeah. Mzuri mama. Na sura yako mzuri.
You have about a minute to go. I can see people exchanging business cards. That's the idea.
Sura yako mzuri mama. Mzuri mama. Mzuri mama. Mzuri mama. Tabasamu lako maua. Mzuri mama.
Even the DJ has caught the East African back, and that's what we're looking for. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome to take your seats. And again, one more time, welcome to day 2. And it's looking to be yet another exciting day of amazing discussions. Yesterday was really about understanding opportunity. And today is really about confronting what stands between us and that opportunity. And so, ladies and gentlemen, to help us connect the dots, some of you may just be showing up here today and were not with us yesterday. But by way of recap and helping us refresh our minds on where we're at yesterday, I'm going to ask us to just turn our eyes to the screen, and we're going to watch a recap highlight video, just chronologically taking us through the deliberations of day 1. Would have had this as a rapporteur report, but I think the video will do a much better job in capturing the highlights. So, media team, if you're ready, ladies and gentlemen, this is what transpired yesterday. Ladies and gentlemen, you are all absolutely welcome to the 3rd Annual Regional Industrialization Conference 2026. And as you can see, our theme tonight or today over the next 2 days is unlocking industrial competitiveness through innovation and regional value chain integration.
Manufacturing remains the indispensable engine for sustained GDP growth and meaningful employment across the East African community. At present, the manufacturing sector averages in contribution to regional GDP at approximately 9.7 to 11.8%, far below the EAC industrialization policy target of 25% by 2032. In Uganda, this sector has performed strongly, contributing over 16.5% of GDP and supporting approximately 2 million direct jobs while generating a substantial
of our industrial agenda. We need to address a number of things. But first, we need to know as a region, what do we have? Because as we stand now, the gist of the matter is that we need to produce more, we need to manufacture more, and we need to export more. That's what we should be looking at in this conference.
Uganda's industrialization strategy is clear, deliberate and firmly anchored in the National Development Plan and our industrialization policy. A cornerstone of this strategy is the accelerated development of industrial parks and free zones across the country. These parks provide fully serviced land, reliable infrastructure, and an enabling environment for manufacturing, agro-processing, and value addition across the priority value chains that this conference has rightly placed at the center of its agenda.
The shifting that Africa takes her position, because we are endowed. If you endowed, where should you be? If you
With ambition of building a $500 billion economy can be realized with its national market alone. It must be built for the East Africa community market and it needs to be positioned for
and therefore, even as we speak about highways, build railways, connectors, and lower the cost of transport, we also need connectivity to be able to move to reach customers and make better decisions.
I think intelligence factories is a huge potential that can unlock our region. Uganda offers opportunities across energy, infrastructure, ICT, logistics, pharmaceuticals, education, health, real estate, manufacturing. We invite you investors to partner with us to unlock full potential of these opportunities.
You know, why do we still even have a one-stop border post if we are a community? Has anybody thought of no-stop border posts? You have a border post, no stop. The whole of European Union, 27 countries is no stop border post. So why should we even be talking about one stop? I think one stop is historic. Yes, from 2 we made 1, but now we need to move from 1 to 0.
I think the starting point for us is to stop seeing each other as competition and seeing each other as complements. That we are not, Rwanda, Kenya, Uganda are not competing. We're actually operating in one area.
So let us embrace culture, embrace creativity, so that we can do marketing for East Africa.
Who actually ensures that those state of applications are in the book?
Aha.
It is us. It is us, the private sector, because we're being selfish. So it is time the presidents came in the room and declared no more state of applications.
The bigger question may be whether capital is being structured and deployed around the region's industrial ambitions.
We signed a massive agreement where we're linking farmers who are growing specialty teas. We are trying to promote and link this value chain to the international or global value chain.
We know that our region, if we are going to industrialize and if we are going to do real impactful investment, then we need patient capital. And it is for that reason that our facilities are anywhere in the region of between 8 years to 12 years for the private sector.
Think about Ethiopia. They financed almost a 12 billion project on what? Local savings from within the country. They didn't go abroad to borrow. We are trying to do a pipeline here. We're borrowing. Why can't our local savings be sufficient to do that?
2010, because this common market was supposed to be effective 1st of July 2010, which marks over 25 years now. And the common bottom line is harmonization of policies.
We have seen that our contribution to GDP by the manufacturing or the industry sector has risen to 16.5%. From almost 4%, Uganda has grown exponentially to 16, and we are going to see these numbers going up.
When you look at EU, they are talking about 60%. So what are we missing? The financier, they are talking that they have money. But when you talk to companies, they will say they are not accessing the money. So what is really missing? And I think that is where we need to be more focusing and be implementation more focused than having a good discussions and policies.
For trade to be properly done, there's also that issue of trust. How do we ensure that your products are of the quality that you're telling us? That is definitely by ensuring that they have the quality mark by the different standards bureaus.
There is nothing wrong on every country employment labor to have a specific special criteria for EAC citizens. That does not necessarily apply to other nationalities. Let's say a person from Asia should not follow the same procedures. That is to ensure there's a free movement of labors between our countries.
But the reality, when you dig deeper, the weakest point we have is that we don't understand our value chains well. So as a country, in order to appeal to other actors, in order to appeal to an investor, we must be well equipped with the proper data analytics.
From the regional perspective and all the refineries that we're speaking about, how do you see them plugging into the regional industrialization agenda? And that feedstock, will it all be consumed within the region to produce the products that are required?
So any refinery that is being designed today, we term it as the refinery for the future, but it's really for the now. We must integrate it with what we call the petrochemical industry for it to make economic sense for now and for the future as we go through the energy transition.
East Africa has the markets, resources, and entrepreneurial capacity required to industrialize, but success will depend on coordinated regional action and effective implementation. The region must move from fragmented national markets to an integrated regional economy, from exporting raw materials to producing competitive value-added products, and from policy commitments to measurable results.
All right, a round of applause for the media team. I think they did a swell job in capturing, everything that transpired yesterday. Yesterday we imagined an, integrated East Africa. Today we want to see what will it take to actually build it, all right? And we're going to be moving from the big picture to Montuawa and see the real industrialists and, their reality on the ground. And in a short while, my colleague Jackie will be inviting our first panel. But we felt we didn't have enough time to interact with the audience yesterday. And I want to allow for one or two people. What's your highlight from yesterday? A take home from yesterday, something you picked, something perhaps you'd like to voice. And if there's any such person, I'd like to be able to give you the microphone for a minute or so just to share some highlights, some thoughts. So, hey, all right, just tell us your name, your industry, where you're from, and share your comments. Well, not really questions, there's no one to answer, but highlights or lessons from yesterday.
My name's Rose Egolet. I'm just getting into coffee training in Teso region. I just was very impressed by the discussions yesterday. But for us to move from policy discussion into implementation, it's good to discuss, but until implementation is put into place, it's all a waste of time. I thought that was powerful. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anybody else would like to? I have one over here. I like that we have more ladies today.
All protocol observed. A good morning to us all. My name is Kampala Jovita. I'm a student from Makerere University. To this conference, I'm coming on behalf of Uganda Parliamentary Forum on mental health. I'm a mental health advocate. So yesterday's conversation was a beautiful one because it brought us to understand that we are not competing in East Africa, but we are one person. And that is something that has to be taken on. We have to carry it. Thank you so much.
Beautiful. I'll take one or two more.
Thank you so much. My name is Charles Ekweu, the Director General Federation of Uganda Customs Agents and Freight Forwarders. Mine is an observation. As the debate went on and on, we started deviating from the theme. And I'm praying that as we start today, we should go back and then focus the whole debate on the theme in connection with industrial regional development. Thank you.
All right, there is his opinion, but Mama Prudence of Bella, I thought you will also want to say something. What was your take home from yesterday, even as I invite my colleague Jackie to just get to the stage and invite our first panelist? Mama Bella here is very, very passionate, so I'll allow her to express herself.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that, moderator. Good morning, everyone. Let us thank God for the second day. I have not prepared, but yesterday when I was ready to say so many things, I was not given an opportunity. So I thought he was not going to recognize me, but you have shocked me. You tell me the meaning of value chain? Maybe somebody can explain it better. I want to run it today. Because okay.
Thank you very much. Peter Cassidy is my name. I'm representing micro and small enterprises at PSFU, but I'm also chairman Uganda Small Scale Industrialisation, UZIA. Members, with the value chain, we are looking at actors in, say, let's say, coffee. What are the farmers' challenges? What are the transporters' challenges? So from the farmer to the table, those different actors will look at their challenges, address them, so that the chain is well facilitated. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Now I have understood. But do everyone understand what I do? Because if that is the case, you start with the farmer. I get fruits from the farmer. Then I make juice. From the juice, I make the wine. Then I take it all over the world. But who has recognized that? Okay, it is a concern because I don't want to say much about my issues because I can start crying in the morning. I don't think there is anybody who has been tortured in this country like me. Starting from my kitchen with nothing, without capital, to international level, but we are always. Why do I say I'm mistreated? You see the bottle of better wine like this. Let me show you. This bottle, I get 200 shillings profit. But government takes 8,000 since 2018. I sold my land and paid taxes. I sold my vehicles, paid taxes. The more I pay, the more I am what? Even when you are standing here, I don't hear anybody mentioning this work I have done for our economy. I feel so sad. So many farmers are depending on me. I know all of you here, this morning, who has eaten a fruit from Uganda? You are eating fruits, imported fruits. Let it be oranges, mangoes. I'm the one adding value to our mangoes, to our passion fruits, to our what? Our oranges. But I'm not recognized. Why? Maybe somebody can answer me today.
Well, Mama Bella, you are highly recognized.
A round of applause for Mama Bella.
And we appreciate you, by the way, for being one of the very loyal taxpayers. We appreciate that. And everybody in the beverages sector, we know you've been vocal. We've been in the trenches together, Mama Bella. So the nation understands your contribution, definitely. And we appreciate you. The conversation is just beginning. We are going to have time for you to share ideas. Here we are just trying to share more and more ideas, what can be done better. We complain a lot. Every day we complain, but today we are going to share ideas on how we can better our region, East Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Jackie Tahakaniziwa. I'm an East African, born and raised in East Africa, studied in East Africa, married in East Africa, and I will die and get buried in East Africa. And that comes from Dr. Bedi's submission of yesterday, where he encouraged us to ensure that we encourage the spirit of winning as one East African community. I think we need to give him a very big round of applause for what he shared with us yesterday. And indeed, we are living and growing together as the East African community. No boundaries, no barriers. We have to encourage connectivity. So moving on to day 2, but before that, I would really like to recognize our partners and sponsors. This event wouldn't have been possible without our key partners. And I appreciate each one of you. I know that we have a very long list of partners, but that shows us that you are really, really committed to progressing the agenda of industrialization in East Africa. Thank you so much for supporting. You may clap, please, for the partners. Yes. And once again, we appreciate the Private Sector Foundation for taking the lead role in ensuring that conversations such as these happen, and of course, together with the Ministry of Trade, as well as the Uganda Investment Authority. Now, we're moving on to day 2. It's going to be really, really a very upbeat day, I must say. It's a very short and brief day as well. So I would like to encourage every presenter, every speaker to try and keep your submissions precise and focused as well as impactful. Yeah? So we want to make sure that whatever you say is short, sweet, and memorable so that we can manage time and give opportunity to other delegates to contribute as well. So I hope that we shall really manage time and ensure that our audience is kept on the hook and they're not on their phones. So moving on swiftly, I wanted to say that if day 1 helped us to diagnose the opportunities and constraints, day 2 challenges us to move closer to solutions, to commitments, and recommendations. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we begin day 2 with a candid conversation among industrial champions. And we are going to be addressing a simple but pertinent question. And this question is, what are the real opportunities and barriers to regional competitiveness? It's a very short, simple question, but very, very important for us. And to take us through that conversation, allow me invite Mr. Simon Kaheru, the Vice Chairman of the East African Business Council. As Simon comes through, I just wanted to commend Mr. Kaheru. Please come through. If you have noticed Simon's outfits, Simon will dress fully East African, Ugandan, African, most importantly, East African. If you have seen Simon in European shirt and tie and all that, put up your hand. I think you've been seeing a wrong person. So we must applaud you for, walking the talk, building East Africa as one. Yesterday he was donned in the Rwandan outfit. Today he's fully Ugandan. Yeah, so we appreciate you, sir. The floor is yours. You may invite your panelists.
Thank you very much, Jackie. Good morning, everybody. Habari za asubuhi, East Africa. Jackie, thank you very much for that piece of recognition, and we'll be talking about it a bit more because, as Jackie said, today we are moving into action. And action number 1, those of you who know me at these events, I'm always telling you, European suits and ties, European mindset. It's difficult to discuss African issues, African solutions, when you're thinking European. And yesterday when Just challenged us here, there was a question asked, East African, if we buy clothing from within East Africa, designed by East Africans, we will increase that percentage of trade. That is my recommendation for today. And you may clap even if you're wearing a European tie. Ladies and gentlemen, the 3 strategic pillars that we're discussing during this conference are competitiveness, innovation, and regional value chain integration. Competitiveness, we've already spoken about. Yesterday we had very many good discussions up here around how more competitive we need to be as East African businesses so that we can go out into this continent of Africa using tools like the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Innovation, we spoke about technologies, financial modeling. Very many erudite things were spoken of here on this stage. And then regional value chain integration. And I like the way Madame Prudence asked, what is a value chain? We need to keep thinking about that. But what is a regional value chain, and how do we integrate it in a way that's going to make sense for all East Africans? Now, this morning, as Jackie has stated, we have a panel of industrial champions. When I introduce them, you're not going to have any questions. These people are not going to come here to talk and go away. No, this is not a talking shop. They're going to come here to give us solutions, recommendations, and I want to thank Chairperson, PSFU, Mr. Humphrey Nzei, for the quote that you gave us yesterday. We are here to turn policy into action and production into prosperity. Thank you very much, Humphrey, for that quote. Please give him a round of applause for that. So we all know that the ESC Treaty is premised on one very, very key component. ESC integration is supposed to be people-based and private sector-led. People-based and private sector-led. The private sector is in the room today. Please, by show of hands, members of the private sector, show of hands, you're already leading. The private sector is going to assume a position this morning. No complaining, no whining. We are not going to focus on the things that did not work. Instead, we are going to talk about what needs to be made to work by ourselves. And yesterday, both Jas and Mr. Jimmy Mugerwa, you pointed out that in many cases, we are the problem. The private sector is the one that brings about non-tariff barriers. So what do we need to do to fix the problem? But we're also going to tell the public sector, our friends in the governments, and please, public sector members, show of hands, raise your hands. You're safe, you won't be attacked. Yes, don't be shy. We're in this together. How do we make this work? Our industrial champions that are going to come up here this morning to utilize the next 1 hour and 15 minutes in short and sweet experience sharing are as follows. Starting with Dr. Jas Bedi, my brother from the province of Kenya. Jas, as you all know, yes, is a leading industrialist in a field that we all enjoy. That's why I'm happy whenever I show up in these things, because I'm supporting him directly. Fine spinners, but for me, the chairperson of the East African Business Council today, and a private sector leader in that province where the economy is always shining. He'll be joined by Mr. Ajay Kumar Pal from Quality Chemicals. He's a pharmacist, chemist, I should say, and he does not know, but one of my close relatives is his workmate, so I have a very soft spot for him. They are going to be joined by another gentleman, this one from the province of Uganda, but from his name, you can tell he was originally from the province of Kenya, Mr. Nelson Omech from Uganda Breweries, representing the managing director who has sent apologies. Nelson is the head of public policy at Uganda Breweries. I also have a soft spot for him and his company because I use them to contribute to the economy by paying taxes. And they are being joined by another gentleman, Dr. Bruce Mpamizo. Bruce is the executive director of Movit Industries and also board member at the East African Business Council. Another organization whose products I use quite frequently is Movit, not for my skin, but other things that I don't need to mention here. And as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, we have a bit of a problem because the gender balancing is not working. And the reason will be addressed with the organizers, but we have a very good solution. The ladies are being represented this morning by one of the most powerful female industrialists we have in East Africa, whose recognition is not in question. Madam Prudence Okonika from K-Roma Bella Wines, please come and join the panel. I also support the economy through Bella Wines, and I encourage all of you to do so responsibly, though, and with a lot of guidance. Prudence is also going to give us her experiences, some of which I have shared with her in different countries across East Africa, on how to get things working. And last but not least, we have a representative from the public sector. our tax collectors, our best friends in the government. Mr. Abel Kagumire, who is the Commissioner in charge of Executive Operations in the Office of the Commissioner General, and today he's actually the Commissioner General, but he has no power to waive any taxes or penalties as that has not been put in writing. Ladies and gentlemen, our panel here this morning is going to give us the experiences, as Jackie said, in short, sweet quips and bites, telling us what should work. We all know what's not working. Today we are not going to discuss what is not working. We are past that. We have been having this conversation of non-tariff barriers for 25 years. We know what's not working. We are going to discuss what needs to be done. What needs to be done by ourselves, as I said earlier, and by the public sector, represented not just by Abel, but even those who are on the floor. So this particular session is and prepare to also share your submissions. But now I'm going to ask one question and go down the line, and we'll stop at Prudence. Abel, I'm not going to have you answer this first question. I'm going to give 5 minutes to each panelist to tell us, please, from your experiences, one specific moment or decision in your business where you overcame a real barrier in order to stay competitive, not just within your country of operation, but regionally. What was that moment? How did you do it? And we want you to tell us so that everybody else and those online can learn from your experiences. Dr. Ari, we'll start with you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a very deep question, but I think it's very, very relevant. I think when we are mapping our businesses, our industries, and whatever we do in our lives, it's super important to start seeing that what is our core competitiveness. And I know in Kenya, where I am the chair of the Kenya Private Sector Alliance, similar to PSFU, our mantra is now no longer about how can we compete in the region, because I think really that's not important at this point in time. But what's important today is how are you globally competitive? Because we are not competing with ourselves, like I said yesterday, and we are actually competing with the world. So you need to be really world-class, and you need to be globally competitive. And then you need to dig in and say, what are those drivers of competitiveness? What is holding you back? And I've looked at it in every which way, and there are only 5 drivers of competitiveness that helps any value chain, and this is a business school lesson for every one of us in this room. One is your bill of materials. By and large, most of the industries in Africa and on this continent, in this region, are buying world price. Most value chains. So the bill of materials, which is between 50 and 60% in any value chain, is largely purchased at world price. But then what happens thereafter? How do we become uncompetitive globally? And that is where the other 4 drivers kick in. And I'll give you the example of the other 4 drivers. One is utilities, and I want to call it utilities and not the cost of power, because yesterday I think we were talking about power. But in utilities there's power, there's water, this, that, and the other. And if you look at the region of East Africa, where is the lowest cost of power? For example, right now it's Ethiopia, it's 3 US cents a kilowatt hour. In Uganda, in the zones, we're getting 5 cents. In Kenya, we're at 20 cents, right? And in Tanzania, it's 12 cents. So depending on your industry, you got to look at, is it energy intensive or not? And if it's energy intensive, then you have a choice of regions where you probably want to operate from to benefit from that, rather than moaning and groaning that it is too high. So if you're energy intensive, then maybe you choose a country which can give you that support. On utilities, so water and power is super important at the right price so that you can compete effectively. Then the other driver is logistics. And by logistics, I mean both inbound and outbound, right? And for every 4 containers that make their way into East Africa, 3 go back to Mombasa or Dar es Salaam empty. It tells you a story. We are an import economy. We are not an export economy. For the 4 containers that make their way into East Africa, 3 go back empty. Surely there's a serious opportunity on the export side, because you can pick those containers for just price of mafuta, technically, because they're going back empty anyway. So once we start thinking export, we'll start realizing that we are benefiting from a logistic cost reduction. Because right now the container that you're paying $3,000 from Mombasa to Kampala is because the reverse cargo is empty. If the reverse cargo was full, you know, The shipping lines and all those people can give you those containers at half price because they're still okay. Right now they're charging you double price because they don't have reverse cargo. So an opportunity there which adds on to your competitiveness. And then finance is a big cost of doing business in East Africa. The cost of finance and the tenor of finance. And I'm glad yesterday the bankers were here. But if you ask them to give you 10-year, 12-year money, it's very difficult to get it because their deposit base is based on short-term deposits. So between 3 and 5 and 7 they are okay with, but long-term they can't do. But then, if you look at the price of that money, the price is different within the region. Uganda is the most highly priced country when it comes to finance. In Uganda, US dollar borrowing is at about 11 to 12%. In Kenya, it is at 7 to 8%. And I don't see why that 4% premium should be put between Uganda and Kenya, and the risk profile is probably less in Uganda and more in Kenya. But it's perception. So you start looking at that, and then the most important driver of competitiveness is productivity. And I'm deliberately using the word productivity and not the cost of labor. Because I don't think in Uganda you have a cost of labor problem. In Kenya we do have a cost of labor problem. But even in Kenya we have a problem. It's really not the price of labor. It's the unit cost of production. And I'll give you an example. In China the minimum wage is about $600 a month. The per unit cost of production is still lower than Kenya, wherever minimum wage is $150 a month. So it tells you we're just not producing. We are sitting on the seat trying to work. We are getting paid per hour, not per piece or not per unit of production. So when you start looking at that entire ecosystem, you'll start looking at, yes, we want to be world class, because if we are not world class, we are no class. And we've got to start thinking differently, that we've got to be globally competitive. And that's when you will start to see that your slice of pie is increasing. 60 years ago, and I don't want to disappoint this audience, Africa's contribution to world trade was 4%. 60 years later, in 2026, Africa's contribution to world trade is 3%. Shame on us, we've dropped 25% contribution to world trade because of being uncompetitive. So it's a very great discussion we're having this morning, and I know the panel is long, so I'll stop there. But the point is that if we go back to 4%, Africa doesn't need aid. If we go up to 5%, Africa starts giving aid to other countries. This is the difference of that 1%. Thank you.
A warm good morning to everyone in a cold weather. I'll answer this in three parts. One, to just give a little bit of glimpse what is Quality Chemical Industries is. For those who don't know, we are the largest producer in the continent for malaria and HIV treatment. So just in summary what we do. The second is the competitive landscape. So who are our competitors? We compete with multi-billion-dollar companies from Europe, US, India, and China. So those are our competition landscape. It's important to get the context because the biggest competitive point is price. And I would not say we compete with them on price because of the size and all the other elements which comes with it. Over the history of QCIL, we are almost 20-year-old company. There are various steps and challenges which the company overcome in terms of competitive environment and competition. Let it be finding the partner who can give access to complex technology. Pharmaceuticals, what we produce, are complex in nature, and they need a very deep scientific understanding and access to technology. Or let it be finding capital to set up a pharmaceutical factory in times where nobody has expected it to succeed. Or it is to take that company to listing. We are a public listed company. Take it to getting the pre-qualification from WHO. It was achieved in times where nobody has dreamed of. So among all of them, if I have to take one which has defined competitiveness and crossed the barrier, was to comply to the regulatory standards of WHO pre-qualification. What does that mean? For us, the cost of compliance is not a cost. The cost of certification does not lead to a compliance cost. It is, for us, an asset to access markets. WHO pre-qualification gave access to global market. We are the largest supplier in the continent and supplies actively to 14 countries within the continent. And the biggest advantage in the history what we got was getting this WHP pre-qualification, which opened the door to supply to global institutions sitting out of Europe and supplying to 14, 15 African countries throughout the year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ajay. Very well stated. Nelson.
Thank you very much, Simon. Firstly, I'd like to start by recognizing our chair of Uganda Breweries Limited, Mr. Jimmy Mugwera, especially if he's seated in front of me. It would be remiss of me to start my remarks without recognizing his presence. So at the brewery, so we are currently owned by Diageo, which is a British company. And what we run effectively is what we call a grain-to-glass model. So I think Ms. Bella initially talked about value chains. So the value chain for us is from the farmer to the consumer, right? So that's how preferably I like to answer your question. So in terms of the farmer, what we're doing is that we start by providing them good seed. 95% of what you consume when you go out on Friday, or even some of you tonight, when you're drinking a Tusker, 95% of what goes into that product is locally sourced from Uganda. We provide the farmers the seed that they need to produce good quality grain that will be of acceptable quality to us, as opposed to in the past when we used to import. So that's one of the first things that comes to mind. Then secondly, it's also what we call contract farming. Agriculture can tend to have different seasonalities, can tend to have certain risks that come that are then passed on to the farmer. So what we also do is to work with them, provide to them agronomists, provide to them access to some of the education that they need in order to produce better yield and better quality for the products that we need. Therefore, what that does is that it doesn't require us to go and import some of the inputs that we require to produce our products. The second is what you call extra neutral alcohol, which is ethanol. We currently purchase 100% of that locally from the producers of sugar, because ethanol is a byproduct of sugar manufacturing. So that's the first bit when it comes to the farmer. That's upstream from the farmer now to us at the factory. Essentially what we do and what we're proud of is that we focus a lot on sustainability. In the past, we used to, part of the production process, of whether it's beer or whatever it is that you need to generate steam. In the past, we used to use what you'd call, what's it called? These normal fuels, right? Which then, emit all sorts of things into the environment. But currently, we've invested heavily into a biomass plant for the last few years. So we buy, these husks from, carpenters or whatever it is to produce the steam, which is a more sustainable way of producing our products. The other is an effluent treatment plant that we've invested heavily into. We're able to recycle, because our production process generates a lot of waste. So close to 75 to 80% of the waste that we generate is recycled and returned back and used for different means. Now moving on to the consumer, that is now from our factory gate, moving to whether it's the, what I'd call the hospitality, the waiters, the waitresses, the retailers, the distributors. It's about 65,000. Uganda, 75 years of we celebrated 75 years of Uganda origin, but the product has had to evolve. Over time, and in the last couple of years, we've had to innovate around that product to provide different flavors that are acceptable to the consumers, whether it's the Gen Zs, the millennials. They like products that are flavored. And currently, lemon and ginger, products like that, are what we're seeing the consumer liking to consume a lot more. So I think for us, it has had to be an evolution of supporting the farmer, changing our production processes, and also innovating for the customer. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, and nice dropping a few of your brands there. Dr. Mpamizo?
Thank you, Bwana Kaheru, and the teams present. The question is the real decision. And one of the decisions that we have made as moved over time is to stop thinking local and recognize ourselves as a global brand, so that whatever you manufacture locally is recognized. So many things within the organization, right away from the manufacturing capability, in terms of quality services and quality marks, must be top-notch. I think as a business in cosmetics, we are the one who have even an ISO-certified lab where we can do things internally and they are recognized globally, even by UNBS. It is an investment that we have made deliberately so that we stop the aspect of being recognized as a domestic player, but we should be recognized as a global player. The moment you shift a domestic mindset into a global mindset, then you start even looking at the people you employ. What value do they add on you? The structures you have, how do they deliver the mandate? The systems and the processes you have, how do they deliver the mandate? That is the decision as a business we have purposefully made, and we have seen it work. We have gone to different markets. As I talk, Movit is in more than 10 countries, and of recent, sir, we entered the United States from Uganda. And the United States, you cannot enter if your systems are not clear in terms of top-notch quality. And we are one of the recognized few companies that have top-notch products that can enter there. But you must purpose to make it happen. We have gone to different markets. There are so many challenges, but for us, we have opted to see a challenge as an opportunity other than seeing a challenge as a complaint. We enter different markets, we get bottlenecks, but the people that challenge you by creating bottlenecks, you sit with them and agree, how do we make it better? Through the process of discussion, you are able to sail through. That's why I would implore the public sector and the private sector to work together. And I would request and challenge the teams here. Private sector decisions are made at the Gemba. Decisions are made in the football pitch. People who are here of government leave offices and come to the football pitch. We shall have decisions together. Private sector members, manufacturers, board members, go to the Gemba, meet the people. The problems are on the ground, but also solutions are on ground. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bruce. And Madame Prudence, your experience of what worked, what brought about competitiveness for you, what was that one thing?
Thank you so much, Moderator Mr. Kaheru. What has worked for me, you know, Bella has covered the whole world, is to work for the business, not the business to work for me. That is very, very important. At first, when I had just started, I thought, but eventually I realized that if I want to get the business work for me, I'm not going far. So I decided to work for the business. And it has taken me very far, almost around the world. And another thing which is very, thank you, Stevie, for clapping. All these ones, they have witnessed, I can see all the countries they have gone to. The representatives are here when we are there struggling abroad, including you, Mr. Kahel. So another thing is to attend exhibitions, expos. People wonder, how do you attend an expo in Russia? You start with your expo here, like trade fair, UMA. In the trade fair, you will get an East African who will invite you to Kenya, to Rwanda, around East Africa. So around East Africa, again, you get someone who will invite you abroad. That's how you move. And if you are working for yourself, you can't manage. But me who is working for the business, for the growth, I put in money and I go for these exhibitions. When you go for these exhibitions, you run a lot, and your product is known faster than it should what? If you just stay in your own country. Though my encouragement is that we should support what is ours. I don't say support anything that is made in Uganda, but do your research. Which are the good products we can promote? Because like now, my wine is, I'm not complaining. My wines are made from all the different fruits. All these are different fruits. People are mean in clapping. I wonder why. Because I get these fruits from all over Uganda. You are all Ugandans. Even Tanzania, I get grapes from Tanzania. I get binyomoro from Rwanda. So all of you, I'm supporting all the farmers. And by doing so, I'm producing products which are organic and natural. That one is very easy to market. You produce something which can attract. Don't just take anything abroad for them to support you. But we should do, I don't know how we can do this, but wherever you go, this Bazungu ask one question. Why do you hate yourselves, Africans? We do hate ourselves. Because people have really tried to make things happen, but we don't look at it. Look at Movit. Me, I don't use anything from other words. This is Movit, my natural hair. But you find people struggling with Bazunguzi oil, which is breaking them. 90% of ladies don't have natural hair. Why? Because of using those vesicles from abroad. Yet we have our natural oil here, which has been researched on. Let us continue what? Supporting what is ours. And when they say Bazungu laugh at us, do you know what they say? That for them, an African, when he sees a bottle, he just looks at the label. He feels very classic sitting on a bottle with an imported what? Label. Look at my packaging. Is there anybody from UNBS here? They should have been represented.
They are scared of putting up their hands the way you asked, but they are around.
Yeah. Because you look for quality products. I cannot take this product in another country which has no what? I don't use my propaganda the way I convince Ugandans. I take the product there and they do the research on it. They take it to their laboratories. I got awards from Malaysia for my juices. I got awards from Italy for my wines. For them, they taste and see what we have. Do our people know what you have? So let us support what is ours and do research. Research is needed. I beg this new parliament to do a lot of research because before, I was blaming them. I'm so sorry for all the years. But policies are made somewhere. Those people who make those policies, do they know how better wine is made? How do you put a tax, levy a tax on a product which you don't know how it is made? Why I say when I was standing there, that value chain, I'm not complaining, that we are not appreciated. How can you get farmers? You support them. You create employment. Then you are the most person victimized in your country. So we should do more research. Recognize people who are doing good things. Movit started this, but now there are very many young girls who are doing very, very good things. Because me, I attend all the expos. They are trying their level best, but who supports them? So I don't know private sector organize and sensitize the people and help them to improve. When somebody has started something, he has not started it for himself, he has started it for the nation. This wine does not help me. What comes out of it? What do I need? They say now, by the way, I'm 71. So they say no sugar, no meat, no beer, I only take wine. So where does the money go? I'm working for the economy, support better, because is my time over?
Soon for this question.
Why do you say support better? When you have a pattern, you buy these things from abroad. You are supporting those farmers there. You are supporting employment there. That's why, because me, I bring Bazungus to work for me. This wine was made by somebody from Netherlands. But, and I also get, there is a group who gives me support on what I want from abroad. There are those who have retired from winery, Bazungus who have nothing to do. They pay their air ticket. I accommodate a Mzungu. You are not. You are a Kenyan, seven.
Well, still East Africa, so.
Okay. Now I'm roast. Where were we?
No, Madam Prudence,
yeah. So they come, some do marketing for me, but they feel very sad when they go to the supermarkets. Better wine is put under there, and theirs is on top. Except you people, why do you hate yourselves? Yeah. So let us love what is ours. Not, as I repeat, not anything that is made. We have UNBS to help us to what? Differentiate the bad product and the good one. When you see a product like this, a drink which has this digital stamp, this means that you are a tick, KCC tick, UNBS tick. Now what else do you want? So I was in one of the countries. I asked them, why do you give us wine which is not ready? They told me, better tell us, do Africans know wine? As long as, no, I'm not abusing anyone, but that is the truth. There are those who have lived abroad, they have studied wine there and they come. But there are those who drink to show that they are kiras. And to a Muzungu, that's not kiras. Take something which you have researched on. You see the shops, you can move around. These big shops, you find they have imported wines. They are supporting foreigners. Yet this wine, which is, I'm getting awards from Italy, getting awards from South. We were together in South Africa. You saw how they liked the wine. In Russia, I have this one, which Russians love so much. I take it there. But here, who knows that this one? I think it is one of the when we were in South Africa, I said, hey, I didn't know better is good when the Bazungus were fighting for it. So please, let us do more research. And if you, one of the parliament, if there's anyone who's going to parliament, please, my message. Let them not just sit in that comfortable zone, make policies, let them move around. I can see some ministers going around, they are doing a good thing. All the parliamentarians should go around and see everything before they make what? Any decision. And we should also be involved in policy making. Because it helps, we are in the what? Okay, thank you so much.
That's a challenge for PSFU. Thank you very much, Madam Prudence. And let's all note, where Madam Prudence is support Bella Wines, the message is support Ugandan products, support East African products. Let's support our own because that supports the economy. And in this round, I believe our rapporteurs have taken down the recommendations as given so far by the panel. We've not stopped just yet. Embed the drivers of competitiveness, and just you gave us 5 clear drivers. Be world class. The cost of compliance is an investment. That's a very important phrase. Processes and your products, think global and not local. Take challenge as an opportunity. Work for your business. Don't make the business work for you. And that's a clear lesson in business sustainability. And then deliberate exposure and product marketing. As well as Madame Prudence has insisted, we must grow our self-esteem as East Africans, as Africans. Some of what we produce is actually globally competitive. And I have personal narratives for each one of the people seated in front of us here, which I'm not going to share now for obvious reasons. Instead, I'm going to come back to the panel, but now in reverse order. Abel, we are coming to you because your segment is specific for taxation. And now I'm going to give you only 2 minutes each, maybe 3, to pick up from what Madame Prudence said, and I'm starting with you, Prudence, because you mentioned that you get fruits from, you said you even get fruits from Tanzania. Okay, please tell us, very briefly, how easy is it for you to get raw materials from other East African countries for Bella wines? In 2 or 3 minutes.
No, it is a bit difficult because I do these things on my own.
Why is it difficult? How is it difficult? What needs to be done in order for it to become easy?
The government should give a hand because I have ever tried for support to get things from abroad. It is only recently when they told me good news.
Sorry, from East Africa, not from abroad, from within East Africa.
Okay, East Africa is not abroad.
No.
I thought, you know, when I'm very sorry, I'm going abroad.
Nairobi is up country now for us.
That is English. So it would be easy to clear. I don't bring a container. In Tanzania, I bring grapes. Because here, they gave me an idea to make wine from grapes when they started growing it in Mbarara. They didn't have market. The way I say they don't support. You find the grapes in supermarkets are imported. These ones in Mbarara are not. I said, you have enough. They assured me they have enough. I said, my market is wide. So I supported them. But after a short time, that's when I went to Tanzania. And I found it was, but it is a problem getting it from there. So, and now what I did, I forced this one to struggle. I said, you are the one looking for the market. You struggle and what? And bring on your own. But you find they are having it a very big challenge. Expenses are a lot. By the time it reaches my factory, all his profits have gone. If I'm to go for it, also my profits have gone.
So you want us to grow more grapes?
You can grow more grapes.
That's a clear
Because
recommendation.
Now, that's why I said research should be done. I'm getting vinyomoro, very good vinyomoro from Rwanda. You don't know vinyomoro?
No.
Evitunda. No, not passion. Passion is in Uganda. They have very nice tree tomato. You are very sensitive. Tree tomato, I get it from Rwanda. But here, why can't they grow?
Ladies and gentlemen, this is what we mean by clear recommendations. PSFU, can you please mobilize farmers? Do we have anyone here from agriculture? Anyone? Yeah, we can't talk about value chain, and the first part is missing. So, tree tomatoes, grapes. Actually, Madame Bella, please give us a list of all the raw materials you need. PSFU is going to arrange so that you have suppliers, not only from within Uganda, remember we are thinking East African, from across the region. That's a very clear solution that we can come up with today.
And the good news, I've opened my factory in the industrial park. Very, this one is very big, so it can produce more to satisfy the big market.
So, Bas, that's a recommendation. Please, rapporteur, write it down. I also have land. I'll grow some, what do you call them, binyomoro? Those ones. I'll be growing them. Thank you, Madam Prudence.
But let them stop eating mangoes from abroad. Stop eating oranges. Those oranges, by the way, are injected to stay long in the market. We have very good oranges. I fed my children with oranges from Soroti. Support them.
Yes. Eat local, guys. Bruce, over to you.
So, you allow me to focus on 2 critical challenges.
Within the 3 minutes.
Within the 3 minutes, I will manage them. The first one is logistical costs across, because you had Madame Bella talking about value chain. So when you are importing materials coming into the country, the logistical costs play into the manufacturing costs. So if the government, through the tenfold growth, if they can speed up the standard gauge railway so that our products come through the airway, I believe the costs would reduce. Number 2, which is a pain point for the entire beauty industry, is the regulatory and compliance costs, where there are a lot of duplications that take place in regulation. And I wanted to focus on the DCM, Digital Conformity Mark. Cosmetics pays all the tax heads that this government has introduced. But then they were not comfortable also introduced another indirect tax called DCM that comes from a unit base as a hidden cost of certification. But the cost of 21, we even disagreed with everybody, and every person was shying away from the reality. We are saying, you people, come and see private sector. This is a killer of a business, not a facilitator of business. The sector shies away, Ministry of Finance shies away, Ministry of Trade shies away, UNB shies away, but we are dying. We decided to go to court, and the court, by miracle, said, you people, you must listen to these people. But even instead of listening to us to understand the real challenge that is killing business, they are saying now, since they have quashed this law, we are invoking another law of charging you 18 shilling per piece, a piece of a product. Introducing 18 shilling per piece means almost introducing a 6 billion on a manufacturing spend for the whole year. And you must pay upfront. Where does that money come from? Yes, one company like this. So our argument to them was, DCM is a good model, but the methodology of determination of the price is illogical, and number two, the stakeholders were not engaged so that you understand the dynamics of costs of production. The good thing, we met the Minister of Trade. He said he's going to assist us, but my worry is that every public officer is running away from the reality, and sometimes you ask yourself, but a certification cost should not even exceed 2 shilling on a product. But private sector, you are here, cosmetics is dying, and we should be assisting cosmetics to grow. We contribute the highest revenue in terms of local. If you remove my experts here from international, I am proud to say, Bwana Kagome is here, that Movit is one of the best taxpayers revenue in the country when you look at the local industries. But they should be facilitated to grow other than killing them to grow. That's where my concern is.
Thank you very much, Bruce. PSFU, I'll ask that you take down that point very seriously. It's exactly the same as digital tax stamps, where money is hemorrhaging, not to government,
True,
but to a foreign company. We can't continue doing this and claim that we are building these economies. Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Simon. So I think specifically to answer your question about how easy it is for us to move goods within East Africa. I think
and what needs to be done. Actually, let's focus on what needs to be done.
Yes. So when I was talking to my colleague earlier in the morning, who handles all our exports, basically, if you even look at it from, let's say, if we import a good, already it will stay for, let's say, a month at Mombasa already, yeah? Moving it from Mombasa, clearances, that's 1 month. Getting it to the Uganda-Kenya border, that's a couple of weeks. And the example is, you know, some people will import for Christmas, but they'll get their goods in Feb, right? So, yes, there are delays that happen across the region. Zero tariffs does not mean that there are no additional administrative costs that we face as a business. So I think this is what the ESC needs to look at. It's not just an issue of the zero tariffs among the member states. There are costs of delays of goods, there are extra administrative costs. Sometimes goods have to be pulled out of their packaging and rechecked. A Q mark in Uganda doesn't necessarily mean it will easily move to any other country. So all those are extra costs that, that go beyond the tariff, yeah? That's the first thing. The other is, there's basically different interpretations of, whether it's a tax classification, whether it's a standard classification. There are different classifications among the member states. We all subscribe to the East African standards, but that doesn't mean that goods will easily move among our states. So what this does eventually is, and I'll give you a perfect example of how Ugandans cross over to Kenya to drink spirits, and then Kenyans cross over to Uganda to drink beer, right? Because of all these different interpretations, different tax regimes, different classifications, we have this issue of illicit alcohol in the country, about 2/3 of it. So for every 1 liter of alcohol consumed, 2/3 of it is illicit. Illicit means it's not going through known tax systems, it's not going through standards, it's a public health issue. You've seen recently Rwanda has recalled a lot of the products and stuff like that. Us who are trying to do the right thing, play in the formal space, we're all bundled up together because of people who are not doing the right thing. Smuggling is also another issue. Smuggling will fall under illicit. Again, this happens because, you have differentials. You have one good costing this across the border, another good costing this across the border. So you end up having issues of smuggling and dumping of goods. So I think for us, those are the two main issues that we see in terms of moving our goods across the EAC.
Very good, thank you very much. The EABC Executive Director is in the room, Ahmed Farah. Please take note, those are for you to act upon. And now we'll move, Ajay, your 3 minutes.
I'll just again give few pointers, will easy to follow. So one, about QCIL, we have recently invested in a new factory. We borrowed $51 million, we are constructing it, double the size, just to show the impact, just what we're doing. There is, as an industry, and this is sector agnostic, because as a manufacturer, our challenges are common. Input, the expensive input, produce, logistic, finance costs, they are common challenges for any manufacturer in any sector. But I'll bring very sector agnostic issues to pharmaceuticals, right? So regulation is a big barrier. It is a differentiation, but it is also a barrier. Because regulation controls where and what you can buy from where. It restricts it, because obviously you're playing with the lives of people and they don't want to take a risk of you just keep on changing inputs, right? The upstream work in pharmaceutical is fine chemistry, right? It's making the APIs. It's very complex fine chemistry. People may not understand, but pharmaceutical is a very capital-intensive industry. If I have to tell you about QCIL, non-capacity CapEx, average every year is $5 million. So it means we are not investing for capacity, but to maintain the standard, the capital investment is $5 million every year. So it's a capital-intensive industry. It keeps on demanding capital. So if you go upstream to produce API, you need a lot of money and you need a lot of demand. I always believe this supply and demand equation balances, your investment will come. Demand is still a challenge because there are very few large manufacturers in the continent. What can happen? I think we need to get a very good policy on incentivizing innovation. I don't think we have it. Innovation is looked as just a good benefit, but not a policy which incentivizes innovation, because the only differentiation you'll get when you're building the industry is how you're different, not on pricing, but on innovation. And that incentive policies are missing in actually holistic view. I view that's for every industry. So incentivizing the innovation as a policy framework has to be looked into, because cost competitiveness will come when the industry has grown, when the ecosystem has established. But how you compete today? Because if you don't compete today, there is no industry tomorrow. Private sector has to compete and build. It cannot be on government supports. So innovation has to be incentivized. Two, who you are competing. We are competing with cross-continental organizations who are exporting not just product, but also their unemployment to the continent. Now, are we working and creating policy to do the same, that you export from here to the other world. And for that, we need to have very strong export promotion policy, which is also missing. I think all the people who are doing global businesses in this continent are still on purely their merits and some differentiations. But as a policy, if you want to build industry, which is export-focused, you need to work on export promotion policies. You need to do what the world does to be coming to the fair level field. Otherwise, we'll be always disadvantaged on competing with global players who are large and big, and we always gonna cry about that our price doesn't meet their standards, and hence the buyer is not ready to buy. So I think two fundamental changes we should really work as a region. Incentivize innovation, find ways to build policies around it, to build policies to promote export. May come at a cost, but in a longer run, it will create huge value, huge industrialization. Because I think there is a lot of money in the world, but they are not willing to invest where the value is not creating. I'm just quickly answering the question on value. Value is perceived. Who is willing to pay for that perceived value? If you can't find a client who can pay you that dollar or that UGX, yeah, you will not have a business. And how does that be done so that you compete with global continental organizations? And I think those two fundamental things has to begin to bring the level field. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. And Hez from our Free Zone and Export Promotion Authority, there, your work is cut out for you. And I hope QCIL is one of your direct clients, sir. Jazz, over to you. Your 3 minutes. Abel, we are coming to you after this.
Thank you very much. I think I talked earlier on about competitiveness and global competitiveness. As a region, we need to be thinking global and not local, and how do we compete globally? I think the other thing that I always look at is, besides competitiveness, is our comparative advantage. So what is our comparative advantage being in this region? What can we do differently in this region, which is synonymous to this region? How can we benefit from our ecosystem, and what are we doing differently? So when I give you an example is that my cotton value chain is based in Uganda, and my synthetic value chain is based in Kenya. And the reason they are based in two different jurisdictions is purely because Uganda has a lot of cotton, and 90% of that cotton is exported in raw form with zero value addition. So I saw that comparative advantage that, you know what, I will never have shortage in cotton in Uganda if I have an investment in cotton in Uganda, because they're just selling it out unprocessed. And in Kenya, we have some cotton, but not enough. In fact, Kenya is a net importer of cotton. So to locate an industry in Kenya in the cotton value chain would actually be, you'll be struggling all the time to secure raw material. But yes, synthetics is the right industry in the same sector where you're importing synthetics. Nobody makes them in the continent, through a port in Mombasa, which will help service your business. So when you sorted out your comparative advantage, and then you start seeing, how can I now succeed? And yes, challenges will always be there, but then what are the opportunities in the challenges? And I'll give you another example, that we all know that our business here in Uganda was largely export. 90% of our business was export to me, because business had run away. What did I do? I said, no, there's an opportunity in the crisis. What is the opportunity in the crisis? The opportunity in the crisis was that we actually invest more money in a crisis, diversify our product offering, start thinking, so you expand your product offering, and at the same time you look at, if you really want to do that business again, what can you do differently? And yes, we all know that Kenya exports about $600 million of apparel to the United States under AGOA. And so how can I integrate my cotton value chain into the Kenyan EPZ? So that's really what I'm building right now. We will continue to do Calvin Klein business and continue to do Tommy Hilfiger business, but the only difference will be that we will be making the yarn and the fabric and everything in Uganda. We'll ship it to our Kenyan operations in our EPZs. We will produce the garments, and we're not breaking any law. We will produce the garments, which at the moment, out of the $600 million Kenya is doing, 400 million is coming from China. So we are reorganizing global supply chains. And that 400 million business is there for grabs. if we just do a regional value chain which has got security of raw material. And that's what I'm doing, and that's what I'm building. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I like the way you've ended up with made in East Africa, not just made in Uganda, not just made in Kenya, or any of the other provinces, made in East Africa. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and we have not finished just yet. The gentleman at the end has been waiting for his turn. And Abel, you know very well that if I'm to ask you questions, there'll be too many. So instead of asking you questions, I'd like to give you 5 minutes to respond, to compliment, to add, and also to tell us what you want us to do, because they are representing the entire private sector across different segments.
Thank you so much. Mr. Kaheru, good morning. I want to recognize my board director, Serena. She's amidst us, so that you know URA is represented from board level. Thank you so much, Mom, for being around. And I also want to bring you greetings from our Commissioner General, Mr. John Musingu-Zurujochi, who has not been able to come, but he's aware we are here. Thank you for all the concerns that have been raised here. But I want to first thank you for supporting us in revenue mobilization. We have a steep target this financial year of 46.6 trillion. Of course, the budget of Uganda is about 84 trillion. So you're just contributing to 46.6 trillion. And industrialists have been supporting us between 25 to 30% of the tax. So we are sure by the end of this financial year, our tax to GDP ratio should raise from 14.2% to 16% with your support. And I want to thank Private Sector Foundation for these engagements which help us to be close to you. In line with the regional industrialization agenda, I just want to say we are in a single customs territory. And we have a common market. When I say single customs territory, it means there is no Uganda, there is no Kenya, there is no Tanzania, there is no Rwanda. Our first point of entry for all our imports in Uganda is Mombasa, is Dar es Salaam. Previously, we would charge you moving from Mombasa to Kampala. Now, when you enter Mombasa, you've entered Uganda. If you are exporting, the first point of recognition that you're getting out of Uganda is Mombasa and Dar es Salaam, and maybe other ports neighboring our East African countries. So that's a huge achievement that we are in a common market and we are in a single customs territory. And this means all the processes and procedures that affect trade, manufacturers, and the trade facilitation are harmonized across the region. That's why our officers have been deployed in the ports in Mombasa and Dar es Salaam. They are in Nairobi. They are in all the East African countries. And want to appreciate the East African governments for that initiative, because it eases trade, it eases movement of goods, and it fastens the processes. But we also have still issues which are still affecting industrialists, where we have what we call regional remissions, especially for raw materials for manufacturers. And you'll find Tanzania wants to protect their industries, Kenya wants to protect their industries, Uganda wants to protect their industries. And we are trying to harmonize at a regional level. Yes, we have duty remissions at a national level for our industrialists, but we want to see how can we improve on the regional remissions. So if it's a remission for a raw material, it cuts across all the East African community. And that's what we are fast tracking. The other harmonization we are working on at a regional level is to harmonize the domestic tax laws Right now, you'll find value-added tax in Kenya, the rate is 16%, and in Uganda is 18%. I heard my colleague talk about smuggling. Wheat flour is a big challenge because if I've paid 16% in Kenya, then I'll disorganize the wheat flour in Uganda because this one paid at 18%. So we are trying to see how do we harmonize the rates, especially the domestic tax laws at a regional level to support our industrialists and our manufacturers. But also when you look at the structure of the common external tariff for East Africa, to support the industrialization agenda in East Africa. So the structure really is protecting production within East Africa and making 35% the highest band for products that we actually have in quantity in the region. And I think that is also in the right direction. Yes, it has an impact on taxes, especially for international trade, the customs taxes, but we feel with this policy, we'll collect more domestically. All the countries in East Africa will be able to collect more taxes from when we start production and we start our exports. But also there are enablers, Mr. Moderator, which we think are facilitating growth and production. The industrial parks we were talked about yesterday, there's a lot of growth going on. If you go to Namamve, if you go to Mbale, if you go to Kapeka, some of you have visited, there's a lot of growth going on. Factories are setting up each and every other day. And most of the products that we used to import from China, from Dubai, United Arab Emirates, from Europe, we are now manufacturing them here. Yes, we still have Ugandans who still think our products are of low quality, even when UNBS has certified them. I can see all of you seated here, including myself, we are dressed in European suits. But there is capacity which is picking up in our industrial parks. Like jeans, you don't have to import jeans now. We have enough quality jeans from Mbale Industrial Park and Kapeka. But if you want fashion, yes, you can import. And that's why the tariff band now has gone to 35% because we have chosen to import a jean from China, yet we have jeans here in Uganda. So we are trying to do a lot of protection, and I'm seeing government doing a lot of that through some tariffs. And I'm also seeing a lot of exemptions in terms of taxes. 10-year income tax holiday. It's a good initiative for industrialists, I think. You need to take advantage of that. 10-year tax holiday, we just keep coming to check how you're doing for 10 years. Sometimes we ask, when will we get this money out? But at least it has been a big incentive, and Ugandans have taken advantage of that 10-year tax holiday. Then we also want to inform you as URA that we are seeing increased exports. Our export value as Uganda is now reaching almost 15 billion US dollars. And we want to appreciate that. We no longer clear empty containers at Malaba and Busia. Every truck goes back loaded with something. Our only issue here is, can you add value to what we are exporting? Can you add value? Somehow we are seeing people still exporting bananas raw. Can you turn them into some flour at least? Before they reach Mombasa, they are perishables. Can we add value to some of these exports? Yes, now I'm seeing we are not clearing empty trucks. We no longer have officers in charge of empty trucks. At least the trucks cross the borders back when they are loaded with something. The only issue is, how do we add value to what we are exporting so that the value can grow beyond this 15 billion US dollars? I think the East African value for our exports is around 77, almost 80 billion US dollars. And we want to see how we can be more into production for export substitution. But overall, as Uganda Revenue Authority, we want to assure you of trade facilitation. We want to assure you that we are ready to give you all the client experience that you would need. Yes, sometimes you are not happy with us, but we want you to be happy with us because this noble job has to be done by someone. And we want you to give us feedback where we are going wrong, and where we are going right. Please thank us once in a while also, because it is a tough job that we are doing. But we are looking forward to you supporting us, especially in the new initiatives that we've come up with, the electronic physical receipting and invoicing. Manufacturers have really picked it up, and we are happy with the collection of VAT. We are still trying to reach out to the end user, the final consumer of your products, to do e-invoicing. And we have asked the whole of government now to support us in the IFRIS, and with this political support, I think we'll move a step higher in collecting the value-added tax. You have also supported us in the digital tax stamps. At least the machines are working, and all products, including Bella wine, all the stamps she buys in time, and they're all fixed, and we are happy with the way you're utilizing the tax stamps. It makes tax collection easy. We don't have to run up and down in your factories and follow up your products. How we can improve in the area of kombuchas. We are having a lot of non-compliance in the area of kombuchas. Kombuchas are kombuchas. I don't know what other name I can give it, but we have a lot of non-compliance in that area, and we first ask them to make sure they get the digital tax stamps. I want to thank you, and that is what I'm able to submit now.
Yes, give him a round of applause. Abel, thank you very much. And I've listed your 4 specific asks for the private sector here. 1, increase value addition. 2, increase local consumption, up for them yet. Then you've asked us to give feedback and thank you when you're doing things right, and to support URA innovations, especially of a digital nature. Before I go down to the main floor, Abel, there's a commitment we want from you, and you have the power to give us this commitment without calling the Commissioner General. You started off by saying the private sector industry, industrialization specifically, is contributing what percentage of revenue?
25%.
25%. And you thanked us. Please clap for him for thanking us. Abel, do you want that percentage to go up, to increase?
That's why I'm here.
Very good. The commitment we are going to ask you to make, and your answer is either yes or yes, sir. Okay, no. Let's say your answer should be yes. All these recommendations we are making here, the ones that the panel has come up with and more that you're going to hear, are recommendations that we believe will increase our manufacturing, our productivity, our generation of the wealth that you tax, that you call revenue collection. The commitment we want from you, sir, as URA, when we are walking into policy discussions, can you please come along on our side? Because when we increase productivity, you benefit in terms of revenue. Please answer on the microphone.
Thank you. I think on the policy angle, I just want to say we advise the Ministry of Finance as Uganda Revenue Authority on the tax policy measures that would help us collect more. Like I've said, we advise. We don't instruct. They're the ones who make the final decision. And most of the time, by the time we advise, we have consulted with the sector players, including manufacturers and industrialists. We also look at the regional issues. We look at the statistics of smuggling, what products are commonly smuggled, so that we put a control around it using a policy. And most of the time, our policies have gone through. Sometimes they don't go through. But your advice is that, yes, can we work closely with you as you do the tax policy measures so that your input is factored in, and as we advise the ministry on these tax policies, we speak with one voice, and I want to agree with that.
Thank you very much. Please, a louder round of applause for that commitment. And Abel, thank you very much for rhyming very well with the Minister of Finance, because yesterday, that's exactly what he said. The government, especially the Ministry of Finance, is now going to work much closer with the private sector to ensure that all government policy is geared towards increasing industrialization, not just in Uganda, but across the region, in order to meet our aspirations as the East African community. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to you. And I'm going to ask Jackie to please identify. I believe we have three or four submissions from the floor.
All right.
Before we wrap up the session.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much, Simon, together with your great panelists. So we're getting into the questions, and please keep your questions brief, short, and punchy. And they should be relevant to the conversation. Anybody? All right, we have one there. We have another one. Yes, I've seen you. Okay. Good. I'll start from this side. Your name, your industry, your question.
Thank you so much. My name is Nakauma Christine from BioClean Manufacturers. Yes, we are protecting the environment by producing firelighters and briquettes plus organic manure. Yes, Mr. Abel, you talked of the tax holiday, the 10-year tax holiday for manufacturers. But I want to let you know that there are many small manufacturers down there who are very ignorant about such incentives. What measures have you put in place to make this known to the upcoming manufacturers and to also take advantage of this to grow in the sector? Because when you talk about the 10-year tax holiday, I imagine that it applies to those that have been in and they have grown and they're a bit bigger. What have you put in place for those that are upcoming to let them grow and contribute to the economy? Thank you.
Thank you. Where was the other hand? Oh, sure.
Good morning, all. My name is Alvin from Kenchik, Uganda, and Yokuku, Head of Business and Strategy. My question is on Uganda Breweries and URA, Mr. Abel. What we have seen at URA is that the disputes 1.5 trillion Uganda shillings is locked in land in the disputes. So currently we have seen that the manufacturing sector, the cases have actually increased from 169 to over 450 cases unresolved. So what are the plans to expedite these tribunal cases so that the business can grow? 3 is also on URA. Is it possible to publish the VAT areas, and also maybe you can mention something about the turnaround time? To Uganda Breweries, I know, yes, we grow barley and you support farmers, but then you are still a net importer of malt. I don't know if you can mention something about malt economics. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Jambo. My name is Bao Gitao. I'm a life engineer working with Fabtech Technologies, a pharmaceutical engineering company. I have one question to Dr. Ajay. Thank you very much, Dr. Ajay, for the great commitment at QCIL to ensure that you continue saving lives in East Africa. So my question is, and this is a push to you towards the East African pharmaceutical manufacturing. Why are we not having one single registration point for all pharmaceuticals. That QCIL has to register the drugs in Tanzania, Uganda, Kenya. Why shouldn't you just register your medications in one point, that is TMDA in Tanzania, and goes across all? The other one is a request probably to the moderator. Can we move away from Bubu to Bebe? Buy East Africa, build East Africa. To URA, you sit with your brothers at TRA and also KRA. Why are we having these small import levies? My only place I cry is on pharmaceuticals. Why are we having these small import levies on the pharmaceuticals? Because if Uganda is, when I'm having to import a pharmaceutical in Kenya and also bring it back to Uganda, I have to do, those are double taxation. I have to pay an import levy and a railway levy and so many other levies in Kenya. Then when I'm bringing it to Uganda, I have to pay for that. My last one is a comment. In pharmaceutical industry, and Dr. Ajay is there to affirm this, 10 years could be short times for tax holidays. We are in the core business of manufacturing and saving lives. It is the lives of the basic Ugandans, lives of basic East Africans. Can we just scrap the tax holiday, 10-year, and just have it for life, such that we encourage East Africa as the pharmaceutical hub of the world? Let us move from India and bring it to East Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and the last question is right here.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Benson Mwesigwa. I work with KPMG Uganda. KPMG is a professional services firm, and we advise investors and industrialists on tax, financial, and everything. Thank you very much, moderator, for an insightful discussion. I think my question goes to Ajay. As a Ugandan, I'm excited about the tenfold growth strategy from 50 billion to 500 billion by 2040. That means we need to export more. Otherwise, we may not consume everything we're producing here. And you touched on the point of export-led policy. And I know we have Uganda Export Promotion Board. Can you break it down? What is it that you need to be done for us to export more? If you can give an example on that. Then lastly, I think this could be to PSFU. As we've heard from the discussion here, we have different industries at different levels, and we need to buy from the smaller players. It looks like, what are we doing to make sure that there's an integration, backward integration, where the small farmer, can contribute? I like the example of UBL, but how can we multiply that? Looks like companies are doing it on their own, but actually if we get organized, we can actually have these small manufacturers feed into the bigger industries, and then we export more. Thank you.
Thank you. Simon, please go ahead and...
Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for all those comments and questions. So we'll move quickly to each panelist to address what's been raised for you. Christine was very specific with URA, and this is your tax education and awareness. Very good opportunity to put that on the table.
Thank you. Thank you. I may not recall the names, but the first question on how we are going to support small-scale manufacturers when other big manufacturers are enjoying holidays. I think the small-scale manufacturers are also enjoying holiday. By the way, these tax holidays for those who are operating in industrial parks. I thought I would make that clear. $10 million for foreigners, 300,000 US dollars for Ugandans, and those who are investing up country, 150,000 US dollars. For small-scale manufacturers, of course, there is something which came for startups. We give you an opportunity for startup for about 3 years as we monitor what you're doing. But we are also making sure you are not paying anything import duty on your raw materials. The raw materials, we are also making sure your plant and machinery that you are going to use to manufacture is VAT deferred. We will only come to you after manufacturing, when you are producing the product and it's going to the market. So the VAT is not paid at importation for your plant and machinery. But also we are working closely with the associations under the private sector foundation and the arrangements to work with your association leaders, especially those around central Uganda. We have a sector approach where we come to you and support you with all taxation issues that you may be having. And even after here, I can leave you my number, and I will also set you up with a team that is working with those associations, the small-scale manufacturers. On the issue of the 1.5 trillion disputes, some are in the tax appeals tribunal, others, we have been given an opportunity to do alternative dispute resolution. So if you object to any tax decision or any assessment that we have come up with, we have an in-house alternative dispute resolution, and this is more or less a mediation. And most people have taken care of this, have taken advantage of this, especially the taxpayers. So we always call, sit on table, get to know what your issues are, why are you not satisfied with our assessment, what inputs did we not add in your return, and we normally have that independent alternative dispute resolution committee that sits independent of the person who came to you first and who audited you first. We've seen a reduction in this, and we think it is a way forward, because when we go to court, we've been taking long, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, and we are in, and we think it is not good healthy for us as well as you, who is also into business. On publication of the VAT areas, yes, I agree. This we can do. We are going to work on this, and we publicize. But also, you had also, another question was that, why are we charging, my brother here, why are we charging levies? As far as I know, goods which are coming from Tanzania to Uganda are on transfer. Goods coming from Kenya to Uganda are on transfer. Goods from Uganda to Kenya are on transfer. Because we trade intra-regional, that is not international trade. We only handle goods which have come outside the East African community. So if they are really charging you these levies, what law are they basing on? Because we use the common external tariff. My understanding is that maybe those are, I don't know, but at least I'm not aware. I need to get to know what they are charging you and what they base on to charge you any levy when goods are just transferred from one factory to another factory or from one jurisdiction to another warehouse. Unless if transferring, that is when they can impose import duties on you. I think those were my questions.
Yes,
Mr. Moderator.
very well handled. Thank you very much. And I'll ask our East African Business Council Executive Director, Ahmed, please stand up. Mr. Kassiria, Small Scale Industries, please stand up. Ladies and gentlemen, approach these two for those issues to be sorted out. For more information, that's what we are here for. All these organizations exist to unlock anything that you may have as a problem, sometimes by bringing Abel here for you to ask questions. The other person who has asked questions is Nelson. Yours is quite simple. Why are you importing malt up to now?
Yes, thank you very much for that question. So I think, as I mentioned earlier, we have a very good network of farmers. We work with about 35,000. We buy barley from Renzori or from the Elgon areas because it's a crop that mostly grows in the highlands. I do believe if there are opportunities for us to look into that, I believe the business has looked into that at some point. Those opportunities, if they still do exist, is something the business can consider. Obviously, what we have to be very open about is two things. One is that we have to produce a good product at a good price. What that means is, to basically purchase malt locally, you have to invest in a malting plant as well. So the business has to weigh those opportunities against what we are doing currently, because price is very important for us because we are fighting the battle against illicit. Illicit products are close to 80% cheaper than some of the products that we are selling. They're close to 80% cheaper. So we have to weigh those investments as well, manage the price at which we're selling our products. And obviously, I think this has also been discussed quite extensively, but I think it's important for me to add my voice to that, are the costs of the digital tax stamps. This is a problem that's we have raised this at different platforms with Ministry of Finance through our engagements with the peers. We pay about 30 shillings for each bottle of beer, and that 30 shillings is paid to another company. When it comes to spirits, it's another 40, 50, or 60 shillings, whatever the price is. That is money that is tying up capital and could be invested in some of the things that we're talking about, including a malting plant. So I think these are some of the things that we have to look at as a business when making such decisions. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Very, very clear. And then, Ajay, you have a couple of questions to answer.
Thank you, and I think they were wonderful questions. I will just show and share some impact. So, regulatory harmonization led to a lot of improvement in accessing market. Example, historically, you go with every regulator to get approval of the products, but EAC harmonization had it improved significantly with AMA, which is an African Medicine Agency, which is coming up, which will help the continental registration improvement as well. So it's work in progress. It's not reached. I think I agree with the point of the gentleman. The biggest non-tariff barrier in the space of pharmaceutical is certifications. It is true that harmonization policies have shaped up, but the actual implementation is still a challenge. And it is true that today, even EAC harmonized registration is there from an auditing point of view, but dossier submission and approval at the individual authority level still is a process. Uganda may have approved, but Tanzania will not approve. Tanzania may have approved, but Kenya will not approve. So they don't recognize each other, including they don't even recognize WHO, because everyone thinks that they have a better view on regulation over that product. So it is still a challenge. I think it's conferences like this and engagement like this gives this input to people who makes those policies and make them more favorable for industry. I think that work has to happen. Coming back to the question on taxation, let me begin by thanking URA, because I think they should be recognized on some areas. And QCIL was a beneficiary of 10-year tax holiday when the company started. We today are the biggest taxpayers. We pay average corporate tax around $7 million to URA. But in the time when we were starting, we took benefit of that 10-year tax holiday. It helped us to stabilize. It helped us to reach this stage where we become large taxpayers. Can it be improved for any manufacturers? Yes. I mean, we can always look into opportunities where they can be improved to pass on the benefit, and that's where the export promotion, as a question from another gentleman was that, what exactly has to be done in export promotion? There, the tax policies can be made subject to whether you're exporting or you're consuming within the region. How do you benefit, or how do you allow manufacturers to benefit? By giving extending incentives so that they can push more and more product to export. I'll give an example again. QCIL average carries inventory equivalent to $30 million at a site. Now imagine QCIL is paying this working capital at average in this part of the world is around 10 to 11%. Now there is no policy to say working capital requirement for export could be waived off through government agencies or through UDB or any other agencies where you are exporting. The more you export, the lower such interest rate loans could be made available to you. And this is pushed to export. Two, there are new policies for new SEZ zones. They are built up to promote export, right? Special economic zones. But what happened to industry which is already established and now ready to go into export? Though, if they are in the existing industrial park, they should have a disadvantage to not take benefit of new industrial zone policies, specifically if you are trying to promote export. So what happens in this case? They should not be selective to new industrial park. I understand the logic of you want to attract more industry to come in and establish a new industrial park. But what happened to the companies and industries which are exporting? How does you extend that policy framework to them as well so that they can push more and take advantage of? So there are a lot of, I would say, incentive. In fact, if I have to give you example of other countries, China and India specifically, they have cash incentive to promote export. You can get 10, 15% tax deferment or tax waivers if you're promoting export. Now, these are very real policies countries have adopted. Export promotion policies can be built because in the end, for export, either you win on differentiation of your product or you win on pricing. And both need policy changes. That's what I was talking about, incentives for innovation. How you differentiate, it means you need to innovate. How you innovate, it means you need some incentives for the investment you're making in innovation. Example, for typical pharmaceutical product development, we are far from it in Africa, by the way, is close to 1.5 billion US dollar, one product. That's the investment. It takes average 7 years to do one. Now, when you're trying to partner to get that access, you cut short that time and reduce the investment, you are taxed on the IP which you are borrowing as a service. So we need to figure out how we help innovation. Innovation does not mean you do radical change. Innovation can be incremental as well, but they are policy supported. Right now, that all is borne by the organizations, and hence, on costing, they become non-competitive. So we are trying to play on differentiation, speed of execution, speed of delivery, very focused territory and the sector, but are we competing with the players on other two metrics, innovation and pricing? Not necessarily. And if we want to really become an export-led economy, because 500 billion will not come just by domestic consumption. So we need to really put these policies in place to push for export. People should invest to export. Domestic market is there to break even. How you make money is export. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ajay, and all members of the audience. I know, Benson, you had a question there around how we increase, productivity from all the small players. And my simple answer, without asking PSFU, is even within our different countries, we have all these policies that need to be brought together to the logical conclusion. In Uganda, we've been talking about PDM, Parish Development Model, as a political tool, whereas in reality, we're increasing many small producers. All of them have got to be brought where? To this table, so that URA can collect more revenue from people who are more wealthy. And Mr. Gitao, you're very correct. Buy East Africa, build East Africa. But before you buy East Africa, you buy Uganda, you buy Kenya, you buy Rwanda. And once we've bought East Africa and built East Africa, we then go and buy Africa and build Africa. And ladies and to unlock regional competitiveness by building value chains that work. Asante sana, tunawashukuru members of our panel. I'll ask them to give you another round of applause. And I'll hand the floor back to Jackie and Ronnie. Thank you very much.
Yeah, sure. Before you leave, let's take a group photo with your panelists. And very well done. Thanks for those candid submissions that you've just made. Thank you. Okay, Bella, I think we'll give you an invoice. I can see you're trying to position that paper. That one, yeah. But well done. I'll definitely go and plant more grapes. As you said, I think that's an opportunity that we have. Each one of us in the room has that opportunity, really. Yeah, very well done. Okay, as we close in on that, we really need to catch up with time. But we really appreciate each one of you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Abel. Thank you so much for your submissions. Thank you, Simon. Thank you, Mr. Ajay. Thank you, Mama Bella. Thank you, Nelson. And of course, Mr. Bruce from Movit. Another big round of applause for them. Please don't tire, don't tire. It's okay to clap. You know, we always say that keep clapping until your turn comes. It's fine, it's fine. Thank you. We really are moving on now to another very, very interesting conversation. And that conversation is about a single currency. First of all, I'm excited about that journey to a single East African currency. I really hope that it happens sooner than later. Get the next speaker on the podium. I just want us to imagine an East African market, yeah, in which some of the frictions created by multiple currencies is removed. Just imagine that situation. If we are using one single currency across, what would that mean for trade? Yeah, for example, what would a single currency mean for trade? What would it mean for investment? What would it mean for industrial competitiveness? So our next keynote will explore the journey to a single East African currency, and it is my great pleasure to statistics at the Bank of Uganda. Millie, please, the floor is yours. Let's give her some bit of encouragement. It's just encouragement, really, to the lady. Thank you, Millie.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Like I've been introduced, I'm Nalukwago Millie Singoma, Director Statistics at Bank of Uganda. I'm here to represent the Deputy Governor, and greetings from him, Professor Augustus Nwagaba. So, representatives of Trade Ministry, cooperatives, leaders of private sector, foundation, we thank you for this opportunity. The Uganda Investment Authority, East African Community and regional private sector bodies, esteemed business leaders across the ESC, development partners, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to join you in this session. I thank the Private Sector Foundation and its partners for convening this very important dialogue. It's kind of interesting to discuss currency after that very great panel that has been on stage. It really flows. So we are looking at Industrial Champions Dialogue on the opportunities and barriers to regional competitiveness. That sequencing is appropriate. The journey to a single currency cannot be separated from the everyday realities realized by industry, the cost of moving goods, which has been brought up ably by the business parties, paying suppliers, financing expansion, compliance. The subject I'm going to talk about is a single currency in East Africa. It may first appear like it belongs to central bankers, finance ministries, and economists, but it doesn't. It's also a question for manufacturers deciding where to locate a plant, farmers seeking reliable regional markets, innovators building digital platforms, banks financing cross-border supply for productive employment. So my central message here is a single currency will matter most when it rests on and helps to deepen a genuinely integrated productive economy. Monetary union is not an end, it's an instrument to reducing friction, strengthening confidence, and enabling East Africa to operate at regional scale. Why is the single currency important, and why does it matter? Industrialization requires scale. A factory serving only one national market may face a narrow customer base, expensive inputs, and high unit costs. I kept on getting intrigued when Simon was saying, let's plant 3 tomatoes here. But Miss Bella is getting them from Rwanda, so maybe we focus on other things and encourage Rwanda to plant more tree tomatoes. In that way, we'll be able to have a chain across the East Africa. So a farm able to source, produce, finance, sell, and settle payments across the East African community can spread fixed costs across a much larger market, specialize more efficiency, and become more competitive globally. So are we looking at what is more efficient? And that has ably been brought up by the panel that was here before. But our businesses are still encountering costs created by fragmented markets, multiple currencies, repeated conversions, exchange rate uncertainty, uneven payment arrangements, differing financial rules, and varying macroeconomic conditions. Each layer of friction may appear manageable on its own. Together, these can discourage investment and prevent regional value chains from reaching efficient scale. So a well-designed monetary union can reduce some of these frictions within the union, increase price transparency, reduce exchange risk in inter-regional trade, support deeper financial markets, and make long-term regional investment easier to plan. For small and medium enterprises, which often have limited capacity to hedge currency risk or absorb high transition costs, these gains can be particularly meaningful. Consider a regional agro-processing chain. Inputs are sourced from one partner state, packaging produced in another, financing arranged in a third, and final products sold throughout the community. Today, each border and currency interface can add a cost, like we've already had, delay, and uncertainty. So a mature monetary union, supported by efficient logistics and harmonized rules, could allow that chain to function increasingly like one domestic production network. But the sequence matters. If economies enter a common currency while remaining structurally divergent, fiscally fragile, or poorly connected, monetary union can transmit shocks rather than absorb them. So we must therefore build the real economy and the monetary architecture together. What is the progress so far? The East African Monetary Union Protocol was signed here in Kampala, 30th November 2013. The revised regional map now targets establishment of a single East African currency by 2031. In July 2026, the EAC Monetary Affairs Committee reaffirmed the commitment while recognizing that progress towards the agreed macroeconomic convergence criteria remains uneven across partner states. These performance criteria are demanding for good reasons, and I'll mention them. The headline inflation should not exceed 8%. At the moment in Uganda, we are at 4% in July. The fiscal deficit, including grants, should not exceed 3% of GDP. The gross public debt should not exceed 50% of GDP in net present value terms, and official reserves should cover at least 4.5 months of import cover. These are not ceremonial thresholds. They are safeguards intended to ensure that the eventual union is founded on credible and sustainable national policies. The work is broader than numerical convergence. It includes harmonizing monetary and exchange rate policy frameworks, strengthening fiscal surveillance and enforcement, aligning financial sector laws and supervision, improving the quality and comparability of regional statistics, integrating payment and settlement systems, and establishing the institutions required for common monetary policy, including the East African Monetary Institute and ultimately an East African Central Bank. The progress is visible. I hope you can see it, but I'll try to map the picture. Central banks are modernizing monetary policy frameworks and deepening regional coordination. We meet every so often in these Monetary Affairs Committee meetings to see how we can harmonize the frameworks across the board. The ESC Cross-Border Payment System Master Plan was approved in 2025, and it provides a framework for faster, safer, and more interoperable payments, including the expansion of the system and development of regional instant retail payment connectivity. Let me give some more detail on this. So this cross-border payment system will allow and is allowing us to make payments like the RTGS in Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, Rwanda. You can pay via SWIFT if you have large amounts. It's also under this framework that a trader in Kampala can pay a supplier in Kigali using Momo. Has anyone in these participants experienced this? I'll just like to see a show of hands. Oh, that's very few. So please just know that if you are in Kenya or you are in Uganda and you want to purchase goods from Kenya, you can use Momo to Simba Telecom or whatever payment. So this is the progress. It is a step at a time. So this is happening and it is being strengthened through more institutional frameworks. In 2026, technical work to interlink national instant payment systems moved forward, providing practical lessons for wider regional interoperability. This is important because monetary integration should be experienced before it is announced. So if there's any message you can take away from me today, is that you can transact across the borders using your mobile money. And when you go to the menu, you will find how to do that. Small as it is happening. A trader can pay a supplier quickly and affordably in partner state currencies. A manufacturer can settle an invoice on the same day, and a young entrepreneur can reach customers across borders, and these are already encountering practical foundations of a one market. I'll go into a little bit more detail about the convergence. So convergence must be real. And when we talk about convergence, I'm talking about the targets that I mentioned earlier. So for us to have a functioning common currency, convergence must happen. For example, if Uganda's inflation is at 2% and that of Kenya is at 20%, God forbid, then a single currency won't work. So that's basically what we are meaning by convergence. So the credibility of a common currency will depend on sustainable convergence, not temporary effort to meet criteria at a single point in time. So we have to be sustainable over some time, not for Uganda to be at reserve curve of 3.7 today, 4.5 tomorrow, 2 the other month. We need to be sustainable across a period of time. Price stability must be supported by credible monetary frameworks. Fiscal discipline must reflect stronger domestic revenue mobilization, efficient public spending, transparent debt management, and careful treatment of contingent liability. Reserve adequacy must be supported by competitive exports and resilient external positions. This is where industrialization and monetary union reinforce one another. A diversified manufacturing base strengthens export earnings and resilience. Regional value chains widen the tax base and create better employment. Greater production of tradable goods reduces vulnerability to imported inflation and external shocks. In turn, stable prices, sustainable public finances, and predictable financial conditions reduce the cost of capital and encourage the patient investment required by industry. We must also recognize the differences among partner states. Economies vary in structure, income, exposure to shocks, institutions, and depth of financial markets. The answer is neither to ignore these differences nor to allow them to halt integration. It is to close the gaps through credible national reform programs, transparent peer review, institutional support, and appropriately sequenced implementation. This is why convergence criteria underpinning the roadmap towards a single currency remains important, not a technical exercise, but because low inflation, sustainable fiscal positioning, and adequate external buffers create the stable, predictable environment that businesses need to invest and compete across borders. So to achieve the convergence criteria, policy and regulatory frameworks across the region have to be harmonized. For instance, policy harmonization entails signing exchange rate policies, tax, customs regime. Abel has already told us we are already in a single customs territory, to eliminate arbitrary barriers and ensure fair competition. It means synchronizing standards and quality regulations so that goods produced in one state can move freely without costly recertification, and aligning labor and investment codes as well as industrial and trade policies to avoid conflicting incentives that fragment value chains to create a genuine level for regional businesses. So you can see that the conversation that was happening earlier is very key to a single currency. We cannot separate the two. We have to clear these barriers. I saw Simon assigning a number of people to see that these tariff barriers that Abel wasn't aware of are cleared. And that is important if we are moving into a single currency. So cognizant of these potential benefits to our regional socio-economic transformation agenda, central banks and governments of the EAC are all working towards attainance of the convergence criteria to enable the single currency. Now there's varied performance by the member states, occasioned by spillovers from global uncertainty, but member states are taking steps, including peer review mechanisms and alignment of national policies with regional frameworks to fast-track progress. Case in point is the government of Uganda is committed to pursue fiscal consolidation as per the 2026-27 budget to support attainment of the convergence criteria. Allow me as a statistician to chip in the importance of having statistics and data in this whole journey to both an EAC union but also a monetary union. So I would like to emphasize that a foundation that is sometimes less visible but absolutely indispensable to a monetary union is also a statistical union. A common monetary authority must be able to compare like with like, see economic conditions across the community promptly, and distinguish temporary noise from a genuine regional trend. The convergence criteria themselves depend on trusted measures of inflation, fiscal deficit, public debt, gross domestic product, reserves, and imports. The conduct of a common monetary policy will require timely and harmonized information on economic activity, labor markets, financial conditions, trade, capital flows, prices, and emerging risks. If definitions converge, classifications or revision practices differ materially, apparent convergence may conceal real divergence. That is why partner states are harmonizing statistical methods, strengthening administrative and private sector data sources, modernizing data exchange, and investing in the people and systems that produce official statistics. Businesses have a role as well, and that's where I'm calling on the private compliance burden, detached from competitiveness. It helps us policymakers make better decisions and reduces the risk of policy being based on an incomplete picture. So please, when we come to you, share this information so that we can design for you the actual and best fit policies. In practical terms, we should aim for a regional data ecosystem in which high-quality statistics are produced once, shared securely, compared consistently, and used quickly. Trust in a future currency will begin with trust in the evidence on which decisions about currency are made. What monetary? I'll talk about 5 areas. So first, it should deliver cheaper and faster regional payments. Payment systems must become interoperable, as we're already working on that, secure, inclusive, and available beyond large corporate transactions. And that's why I've said, however little the money is that you need to transact, you can use mobile money, while the large ones have also been facilitated through SWIFT. The region should continue promoting common standards, efficient settlement, appropriate use of local currencies, and strong consumer protection. I'm sure you are aware that as the central bank, we are collecting information from the telecoms to support this consumer protection. Cross-border payments reform is not simply financial sanitization, it is industrial infrastructure. Second, deeper regional capital markets. The East Africa firms need longer-term finance in forms suited to machinery, technology, logistics, and expansion. Harmonized market rules and greater mobilization of institutional savings can help channel regional capital to regional production. So this is what the monetary integration should deliver, and it is what you should expect. Third, lower uncertainty of investment. Do I know the cost of investment? Credible convergence and policy coordination can reduce the risk of premium attached to cross-border projects. Fourth, a more integrated digital economy. So financial technology, digital identity, data governance, cybersecurity, and common messaging standards should enable businesses, especially micro, small, and medium enterprises, to transact across borders. Innovation must be encouraged, supported by proportionate regulation, operational resilience, and public trust. Fifth but not last, inclusion in gains from integration. A common currency will command public legitimacy only if it benefits and reaches small traders, women-owned businesses, farmers, border communities, young innovators, and consumers. The design of payments, finance, and regulation must therefore be inclusive from the onset. I'm sure you are already aware that all the EAC central banks are implementing financial inclusion measures to deal with this, among others. So these complementary reforms cannot wait. A single currency cannot remove non-tariff barriers. It will not repair a road. It will not supply reliable electricity. It will not certify products. These are complementary reforms, and they remain indispensable. So these reforms are key as we work on the regional single currency. And innovation must also be understood broadly. It includes advanced technology, but also includes better logistics, shared testing laboratories, digital trade documents, warehouse systems, and like Ms. Bella said, a lot of research is needed. Let us please do research across the board so that we can best benefit from each other's community. A few recommendations. Allow me to propose just for both government, central banks, and institutions. Let's translate the 2031 roadmap into public, measurable annual milestones covering convergence, institutions, payments, statistics, and financial integration. So as central banks do their part, let all the others do their part. Let's accelerate interoperable cross-border payments and promote their practical use by firms of every size, supported by harmonization standards, cybersecurity, and most importantly, consumer protection. Let's use private sector as a design partner. So Simon, you don't have to ask me the way you asked Abel. I am offering this straight up. Let's work with private sector, and indeed we do. Manufacturers, bankers, fintech firms, traders, and investors help test whether regional reforms reduce cost of doing business. So I call upon you, please test all these methods. Use the SWIFT, the RTGS, the MOMO, and give us feedback. Are they working for you, or we need to do better? And let's prioritize comparable, timely, and high-quality regional data. A monetary union cannot be managed safely if policymakers do not share a reliable view on inflation, fiscal conditions, debt, trade, capital flows, and financial risks. What is our role as Bank of Uganda? So our role is participation in this regional agenda is consistent with our core responsibility. Maintaining domestic price and fiscal stability is Uganda's first contribution to a credible future union. The bank also participates in regional policy coordination, works to modernize payment systems, supports financial sector resilience, and contributes to the harmonization of statistics, supervisory approaches, and monetary policy practices. Our task is to combine ambition, prudence, and in which a vital role. We request you to build regional sourcing and distribution networks, adopt digital payments and reporting standards, improve corporate governance and disclosure, invest in productivity and skills, bring concrete evidence of regulatory and infrastructure bottlenecks to we policymakers. Regional integration succeeds with businesses, when businesses use it, not merely when treaties describe it. So in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, we need to build an economy capable of sustaining the single currency. East Africa does not need a single currency as a symbol. We need it to become one component of a larger transformation. from fragmented markets to functioning economic space, from trade in unprocessed commodities to competitive regional value chains, from costly transactions to seamless payments, and from national production constraints to regional industrial capability. The journey to 2030 will test our policy discipline, institutional capacity, and political commitment. It will also test whether the public and private sectors can act with a truly regional mindset. Build East Africa by East Africa. We should not ask only, when will the EAC have one currency? We should also ask, what represent? Thank you. Thank you. So if we build sound macro foundations, credible regional institutions, integrated payment and financial systems, and competitive value chains, the single currency can become a powerful enabler of investment, trade, and shared prosperity. If we neglect tangible, one interoperable payment, one harmonized rule, one financial region project, one competitive value. Let's take each day at a time, fulfill one at a time. In doing so, we will not only prepare East Africa to share a currency, we will build an East Africa strong enough to sustain the single currency. Thank you for your attention. I wish you good deliberations. Thank you.
Come on, we can do better than that. A big round of applause for Madame Molly. Thank you so much. You know, one region, perhaps one day, one currency. But like she said, you know, the currency is not, it's just an enabler, not the solution to any other fundamental challenges we have to fix. We're about to go for a break, but while she's still here, I can allow my to you. If there isn't any, then I'll allow us to give her a bigger round of applause and allow her to take her seat. Going once, going twice, forever hold your peace. Come on, let's clap for Madame Molly. Thank you so much on that powerful deliberation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a break, but just to guide and advise us, right after the break, we have just 2 more sessions, and the Minister, Honorable Sanjay, will be joining us, the Minister of Trade, Industry, and Cooperatives, and we shall be closing this event on time by 3 p.m. So we'd like to take a 30 minutes break, and then we return. And once you return, your coupons and all for lunch will be given out from here. So let's go make our way to the exhibition area. Right now, as I speak, there was a house. So let's network, but let's make haste and be back within 30 minutes so that we come and close this. And of course, as soon as we return, we'll be taking on the conversation, you know, to the regional ambition into real investment and real opportunity. So across the region. And Mr. James Biarhanga is around. His panelists are ready. And so let's ensure we are back on time. Mr. DJ, over to you. Or if we have any videos to play, thank you. So we intend to be back by 12:45. Again, just a reminder, so we can make our way. And someone has misplaced their valuable earphones, so if you can't find them, you can find them with me. Thank you.
got the brief, the deadline, your big idea. Now all you've got to do is riff. Riff until it's in your face bold, until the work surprises you. Riff until the background pops. Riff until it rivals Hollywood, until you want to high-five yourself, until it stops the scroll, blows your mind. Riff until the angle just works, until your mom loves it, until it feels inevitable. Riff until the font hits. Riff until it breaks the algorithm. Clicks, lands, sings, sticks. Yeah, there it is. Riff until it's right. Riff it on Envato, the all-in-one creative asset toolkit.
And motionographer. My mission is to empower creative people to achieve their goals with social media. Most people have the misconception that Instagram is easy to do, but the truth is there's a formula to an effective social media presence. The possibilities are endless if you can communicate with purpose. My unique formula is based on dialogue, relatability, authenticity, giving value, sharing your opinion, and having niche clarity. That's why I call it the Dragon's Formula. It's all about engaging with your niche market and creating relevant content so that you can show up on the feed organically. Giving value consistently is the key to creating a long-lasting, engaged community. You can use Instagram to be a thought leader and get the spotlight in your industry. In this Domestica course, you will learn how to create a strategy for your business by fostering genuine connections and building meaningful relationships. As a final project, you will create your own Instagram strategy and produce a month full of engaging social media posts for your business. We will learn Dragon's formula to action to create content strategies to fill your Instagram with engaging content. I will show you why having a calendar is crucial, how to create an Instagram post, how to caption it, how to use hashtags, and actually how to go live with your posts. We will also talk about how to increase your reach organically with Engagement Pod.
Tracking your organization's expenses.
Did you see the email? New director starts today.
Young, apparently.
How young?
Very.
Great. Another one who'll reorganize everything and leave in 18 months.
I'm planning to stay longer than that. I've spent the last 2 weeks reviewing output, every report, every process, every workflow. I have one question. How long does your monthly client analysis take?
We have a thorough process.
mind was open. My heart was yearning. I realized it's time I started learning. Learning what happens when a man's left alone to rediscover his ancestral home. Uganda, a land of wonder, a land of beauty, a land of mystery. The sounds, the pace, the smiles, the tastes, the depth and the breadth of Ugandan history. I found a place that was versatile. Natural wonders, urban styles, waters that literally birthed the now, and sunshine that says, you deserve to smile. I've met people who live to preserve the wild. Some prefer the village, some prefer the town, some from up country, some from further down. Every conversation was worth the while. You see, Uganda has a way of being everything to everyone. She's young, she's old, she's fun, she's bold, she's reserved and mild, yet she's firm and proud. Uganda is a riddle. You'll never work it out. Come and see for yourself. Explore Uganda.
Welcome to the enchanted land of Tanzania, a country that effortlessly marries natural beauty with economic prowess. Nestled on the eastern coast of Africa, Tanzania has long been celebrated as a top-tier safari destination, blessed with the awe-inspiring presence of Africa's highest mountain and diverse landscapes that beckon adventurers from around the globe. As Tanzania proudly claims its status among East and Central Africa's most robust economies, there is a narrative unfolding that goes beyond the savannas and peaks, a story of strategic growth and unwavering commitment to excellence. At the heart of this narrative is the jewel in Tanzania's economic crown, the thriving port of Dar es Salaam. In the heart of Tanzania's economic climate, this port stands as a beacon of progress, embodying a growth and efficiency that extends beyond borders, proving Tanzania a formidable player in the global business arena. What started out as a nation theme is now the backbone of East and Central Africa's trade network. The port of Dar es Salaam handles a staggering 95% of Tanzania's international trade. As the fourth largest port along Africa's Indian Ocean coastline, the port of Dar es Salaam strategically connects Tanzania to neighboring countries such as Malawi, Zambia, Burundi, Rwanda, Uganda, and parts of eastern DRC. It's not just a port, it's a vital link to the Middle and Far East, Europe, Australia, and America. Empowered by the unwavering support of the Tanzanian government and global partners, the Port of Dar es Salaam is not merely a gateway. It's a commitment to redefine trade routes in East, Central, and Southern Africa. The driving force behind this ambition lies in our commitment to three key elements: size, speed, and smart technology. Over the past decade, the port has undergone a transformative journey in expanding its size and capacity, becoming a beacon of unlimited growth. The Dar es Salaam Maritime Gateway Project, DMGP, has propelled us from a landing length of 2,600 meters and 11 deep water berths to a thriving hub with the capability to handle over 30 million tons annually by 2030. This expansion includes deepening existing queues, but has also opened up the accommodation for megaships, Panamax vessels. These have capacities of 6,000 to 8,000 20-foot equivalent units compared to 2,000 20-foot equivalent units, which is the capacity of standard ships. This is particularly important as shipping lines are investing in building more Panamax vessels, having realized the economies of scales they provide. Exclusively to it. The most applauded development, however, is the standard gauge railway. The 2,560-kilometer railway line, which provides domestic links to inland ports and neighboring countries, has ensured cargo moves faster and more efficiently, reducing inland freight time by almost half. There are also ongoing projects to improve the inland lake ports to enable them to handle increased volumes of rail-hauled cargo. Thus, an intermodal road, rail, and ferry transport system used to reach inland cargo destinations has proved to be both time-saving and cost-effective. In our pursuit of excellence, we leverage cutting-edge technology to enhance service delivery. The Integrated Electronic Payment System is a single-window system connected with the Government Electronic Payment Gateway that provides a seamless paperless payment experience. It is a system so efficient, it eliminates the need for a trader to physically visit the port. In a significant stride towards facilitating international trade, we are excited to announce the introduction of Visa and MasterCard as recognized methods of payment for traders. This forward-thinking initiative aligns with our commitment to providing a seamless, efficient, and globally accessible trading experience. Now, traders can effortlessly conduct transactions, clear goods, and navigate the complexities of international trade with the convenience and security offered by these globally recognized payment methods. As a major tool of convenience, we are proud to introduce the Tanzania Ports Authority mobile app.
Colleagues would like to start in the next minute, and so inviting all of those who are still in the exhibition area, by the time you get down here, we shall have started. Those of you on the outside in the hearing of my voice, just to usher you in, would like to officially start in 1 minute. So let's please take our seats. I thank you. Someone seems to have dropped their earphones. If you are looking for your earphones, look for me. Thank you.
Kandi omusibiki kandi ntunda n'edduuka ya botiiki y'engoye habwekyo nyafunire sente za grow nayongeraho hantahya botiiki yange abakasitoma bayongera kanya nintunda engoye z'abakazi n'ez'abasajja n'ez'abaana nabwekyo abantu bapatwa indora ngu nibeyongera kanya mu bizinesi yange nsima grow habw'okutuheereza esente ezo nk'abakyala kandi nsima na muzeeyi habw'okutuheereza esente nk'abakyala habw'okuba amanyirira
The GROW project is a Government of Uganda initiative implemented by the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development and Private Sector Foundation Uganda with support from the World Bank.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from that break. I do hope that we are feeling refreshed and we've been able to connect and network with someone new. We agreed that we should make sure that by the time you leave this place, you get to know at least, you get a new contact, and that contact should be meaningful, really. So we welcome you again, and we continue to thank you for sticking around with us and for riding this journey of industrialization with us. At this moment, I would like to recognize the presence of the Ambassador Ababu Namwamba, the High Commissioner of Kenya to Uganda. Karibu sana. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for supporting East African community. I would also like to recognize Colonel Joseph Rutabana, who is the High Commissioner of Rwanda to Uganda. Thank you so much for joining us. We truly appreciate your support in ensuring that we move together as the East African community. Karibu sana, and we do hope that we will learn a lot from you and your guidance. Welcome once again. Amidst us, we also have the government agencies, the heads of the government agencies We'll be recognizing them along the way. But we do have, allow me to recognize Mr. Hez Kimomi Alinda, who is the Executive Director of the Uganda Free Zones and Exports Promotions Authority. Thank you. I know that we have UNBS represented here as well. URA, we've already heard from them, and many other government agencies. We can't thank you enough for being here with us. All right, now moving on, we are going to now move on to industrial competitiveness. And what the segment we're getting to is the Regional Investment Forum Showcase right now. And we are going to be looking at bankable projects and investments. And therefore, our next session is going to look at the East African Industrial Project Pipeline. We'll be looking at the different available opportunities that we can take advantage of as the region. And to walk us through this will be Mr. James Vyaruhanga, the one who is commonly known as Vyaru. For us, the youth of Uganda call him Vyaru. Yes, for you, us the Gen Zs. Yeah. I don't know why some of you are laughing. You think I'm not Gen Z? Yes, so Vyaruhanga, welcome, Mr. Vyaruhanga. Please invite your panel, but I also know that our headline presentation will be delivered by Mr. Philip Nderitu, the CEO, Association of Special Economic Zones, Kenya. Over to you, Mr. Vyaru.
As the Gen Zs, we're here to represent the Gen Zs. Is that right? Hi everybody. Welcome back from the coffee break. I hope you've had your shot of coffee. Just before the last session, some heads were nodding, and I think we will be a bit stronger in the next session. So my session is going to really be more focused around the investment authorities or the equivalent in the region. We all know that generally the first stop for most of the investments is ideally supposed to be from the, what you'd call the equivalent or the investment authority. And the idea is that the last 2 days, the discussion has been around how do we break the barriers? How do we open the boundaries? How do we make the conversation easier? How do we make East Africa an actual community, not just by words, but in actual practice? How do we forget the scramble and partitioning? And how do we actually make money as one trade bloc? Now, there are several sectors where this works. Tourism, for example, mining, manufacturing, industry, ICT. But I think today we just want to really have an interrogation. And I think the goal that is in front of me is basically, I have a number in front of me, and I want to see how that number is going to help us. And this is mostly for my panelists and also for the audience. We want to build a pipeline of USD 500 million from just purely industry. If I'm to use the case of Uganda, we've set an ambitious goal as a country that 2040, $500 billion size of economy. It is the goal, it's the plan, it's what everyone is preaching, and it's what everyone is going for. Tenfold growth across the country. However, if you look at the contribution of industry to this number, 20 billion is expected out of agro-industrialization, and another 20 billion out of mineral industrialization. This plays in the same line as how do we build and convert this 500 million pipeline that is strictly supposed to come out of industry. So, to discuss this, I want to call the panelists that I have in front of me. It's an East African panel. First, I want to invite Mr. Philip Ndiretu. Is Philip in the building? Philip is going to speak on behalf of SEZ as a community in Kenya. He will talk a little bit more about it himself. Welcome, Karibu Kampala. Yes, I will invite you over to present the beginning, and then we'll have the other guys coming. Just before the other guys come on, I just want to introduce who they are, so then they will come up right at the end of Philip's opening remarks. We will have Peter Muramira, who will be representing Uganda Investment Authority. We will have Rebecca Nalumu, who represents the Special Economic Zone, under remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, moderator. As the moderator has introduced me, I'm Philip Derito. I'm the CEO of the Association of Special Economic Zones in Kenya. And the subject that we're going to cover here is on two initiatives that luckily most of the EAC partner states have already embarked on as initiatives to drive industrialization in the region. So all the members of the partner states who are present are able to identify themselves with this subject. And I'm representing our chair of the board, Dr. David Langat, who could not make it to this forum because of other engagements. So I'll make my presentation, and then from there, I'm sure a lot of the clarification that could be required then from there, I'm sure a lot of the clarification that could be required then will come out of the panelists. As I embark on this, let me just explain one particular initiative of special economic zones, and a lot of work has been done by all the partner states, experts from partner states, to ensure that the implementation of the special economic zones as an initiative has a unified approach, and partner states agree on the policy, on the regulatory aspect. And so far, we've had a policy developed and has been adopted by the Council of Ministers. Operational regulations have been developed jointly among the partner states. And at the moment, the effort that is ongoing is to review the facilitating regulatory framework, which is on customs. And with that review and amendments completed, then the whole aspect of special economic zones would be complete in terms of being operational and being facilitated. And the approach is going to be the same across all the partner states. Getting on my presentation, I need to take cognizance of the fact that we have some ambassadors in the room. So ambassadors and heads of diplomatic missions, development finance institutions, captains of industry, development partners, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. On our theme today, this is unlocking industrial competitiveness through innovation and regional value chain integration. It is more than a conference theme. This is a call to action. And it forces us to ask a fundamental question. How do we transform EAC and Africa at large from a region rich in natural resources that are exported in raw form into an industrial powerhouse that manufactures, innovates, and competes globally? And I think the previous speakers have talked into this subject, where we should be looking at being globally competitive as opposed to looking at our region. My proposition today is simple. Africa does not lack investment opportunities. What we lack is the discipline to package, structure, and also connect those opportunities in a way that makes them bankable, scalable, and globally competitive. That is where modern industrial parks and special economic zones become our most vital assets. And on behalf of the Association of the Special Economic Zones, our message is clear. We must move away from SEZs, that is special economic zones, as isolated investment enclaves, and position them as integrated platforms for regional industrialization and continental trade. The special economic zone framework is a vital anchor for our regional industrial project pipeline of ambition, showing that Uganda and the larger East African region is ready to mobilize capital for bankable infrastructure. The evolution from phased enclaves to integrated ecosystems. Over the past decade, special economic zones globally have driven investment, job creation, and technology transfer across manufacturing, agro-processing, logistics, and technology. In East Africa, our member states have progressively evolved from the basic export processing zones models of the 1990s into high-impact special economic zones frameworks. In Uganda, this transition is anchored through the Free Zones and Export Promotion Act of 2024, creating a modern legal foundation for zone development. However, the role of the special economic zones must now evolve again. The first generation of zones focused narrowly on attracting investments into designated geographical fences. The next generation must focus on something much larger, building competitive industries, deepening regional value chains, connecting local enterprises to global production networks, and granting African producers direct access to African market through the African Free Trade Area. A modern industrial park cannot simply be a fenced plot of land with factories targeting overseas exports. It must be a complete investment ecosystem. It must unite serviced land, reliable energy, logistics, digital infrastructure, trade, finance, technical skills, and efficient regulatory services under one roof. The investor should not have to build the ecosystem. The ecosystem must be waiting for the investor. Because the special economic zone policy sits at the intersection of tax, customs, trade, labor, land, and environmental regulation, a shift in any of the parameters can alter the viability of the investment. As the association, our duty is to serve as a credible industry voice and a bridge between investors and the policymakers. And at this point, I need to recognize that Uganda, and I got this from Hez as we had a chat, Uganda is already embarking on establishing an association of the investors in these areas of special economic zones, and hopefully the industrial parks included. As the association, as I mentioned, our duty is to serve as a credible industry voice and a bridge between investors and policymakers. We bring real-world enterprise experience to the policy table to eliminate bottlenecks, lower the cost of doing business, and build a predictable investment climate. And I need to commend the Investment Authority in Uganda, where I understand that the authority, which is a public body, is the one prompting the private sector to form this association so that they can work in collaboration and be able to get the voice of the private sector through the association. And that's very encouraging in that the two arms of this sector, they are not competing against each other, but they're going to be complementary, which is the way it should go. Furthermore, our advocacy cannot stop at national borders. And a special economic zones investor no longer views the market through a single national lens. If we are serious about regional value chains, then customs, rules of origin, standards, and border controls must operate seamlessly across neighboring states. And that has been the spirit of this discussion here, that we need to look ourselves as one unit, as EAC, as opposed to individual partner states. The East African community has already laid a strong foundation by the adoption of the special economic zones policy, and I've alluded to that. But this is already in place, this was enacted in February 2023, and the development of the special economic zones regulations to operationalize a harmonized special economic zones program in the region. These milestones recognize that our zones cannot remain disconnected national projects. They must form an integrated regional architecture One where to manufacture in Uganda, can source raw materials from Kenya, import components from Tanzania, utilize specialized services from Rwanda, and sell finished goods duty-free across the entire EAC bloc and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, continentally, the African Free Trade Area provides us with a viable, expanded market. If the EAC gives us a regional scale, the African Continental Free Trade Area gives us the continental scale. And African Trade Area, a Free Trade Area, is a true game changer for African industrialization. And special economic zones and industrial parks are its primary engines. For decades, African special economic zones were designed almost exclusively to serve markets in Europe, Asia, and North America. While external exports remained vital, the African Free Trade Area ministerial regulations, which were adopted in February 2023, opened a momentous pathway to special economic zone manufactured goods to enter the continental market under preferential terms. This changes everything. We no longer need to ask if an investor can access a single domestic market of 50 or 60 million people. We can now ask whether an enterprise can establish production in East Africa to serve a continental market of up to 1.4 billion consumers. Our vision should be clear: to transform our special economic zones into the primary production engines of the African Free Trade Area. Imagine pharmaceuticals produced in East Africa, supplying hospitals across the continent, and one of our panelists previously alluded to this, that they are actually supplying the world, not just Africa. Imagine growth, also cotton grown in one of the African nations spans into fabric in another, tailored into garments in a third, and sold duty-free across all 54 African states. Imagine an automotive component manufactured across regional industrial clusters and assembled for continental supply chains. This is how we stop exporting raw commodities and start exporting made in Africa finished products. Unlocking the pipeline. The three core enabler pillars. To turn our $500 million USD project pipeline into operational factories, we must resolve three core fundamentals that determine industrial competitiveness: energy, finance, and the legal certainty. And these are subjects that have been discussed quite a number of times here yesterday and this morning. To start with is energy, security, and green competitiveness. There can be no industrialization without power, and affordable power for that matter. And there can be no global competitiveness without reliable, affordable power. East Africa possesses world-class geothermal, hydro, solar, and wind resources. We must turn this natural advantage into an industrial edge. Our future parks must offer uninterrupted, high-quality power backed by captive microgrids, battery storage, and direct high-voltage grid connections that provide bulk industrial tariffs. And we had the permanent secretary yesterday here in charge of energy, and I noted one point that she raised, that Uganda, at the moment, there are preferential tariffs for industrial parks. And this is a big, big plus, because one of the biggest challenges we've had in attracting investors has been the cost of power. And with Uganda already setting pace, that we are offering large industrial parks power at 5.5 cents, which is about the best in the region. That in itself is a major step and a big attraction to investors. Now, with affordable power, what we're saying is that we need to have global markets enforcing strict carbon framework like the EU carbon border adjustment mechanism. Embedding renewable energy directly into our SEZ design allows us to offer global tenants a green, zero carbon manufacturing base. And this is one of the areas where a lot of the global manufacturers, investors are very keen on the kind of power that we're offering. and we have that natural advantage that we need to take care of. The second pillar is on trunk infrastructure loan, and commercial banks view early stage park development as too high risk. We have many industrial concepts, but this we understand that the projects have to be bankable. Unlocking the $500 million US dollar pipeline requires blended finance, combining public infrastructure grants, direct finance, concessional loans, private equity, and institutional capital. By using concessional capital from partners like ADB, IFC, IDB to de-risk primary infrastructure, roads, water treatment, and power substations, will lower the cost of capital for master developers. This directly translates into lower lease rates for anchor manufacturing tenants. The third one is on legal and regulatory predictability. This has been another big challenge for investors coming into our market. An investor can navigate difficult market cycles and price high infrastructure cost, but no investor can price regulatory unpredictability. Investors require transparent licensing, efficient customs, long-term tax stability clauses, and accessible commercial dispute resolution mechanisms. Legal reform is not a theoretical exercise. It is a direct determinant of investment flow. Regulatory frameworks must work efficiently in practice, not just look impressive on paper. On sustainability, inclusivity, and equitable and inclusive. Climate resilience, resource efficiency, and circular economy principles must be built into park design from day one. Socially, our zones must generate opportunities for youth, women, and social SMEs and local SMEs through direct supply chain linkages, technology transfer, and skills development. A special economic zone must never become an isolated island of prosperity surrounded by a notion of economic activity. The $500 million US dollar industrial project pipeline is just the beginning. The ultimate test is not merely raising the capital, but using it to build sustainable, bankable, and integrated industrial ecosystems. The association in, let me say from yesterday's discussion from our province in Kenya, we are calling for a unified continental special economic zones agenda. We must deepen cooperation among the African zone authorities, align regulatory policies, share operational data, build cross-border logistics corridors, and dismantle non-tariff barriers. This has been a discussion that has been repeated a number of times in this forum. The ingredient for our industry, all endeavor to position East Africa as a premier production platform for the continent, and Africa as the manufacturing workshop for the world. Thank you very much.
I think you can take your seats. Yeah, please have a seat as well. You can take your seats. Yeah, please have a seat as well. A proper hand of applause, guys. I assume you are all class. I feel like I should terminate the panel and we just go back because I think that was very comprehensive. Summarize it in simple English. Start with, let's start this thing from an innovation side. Let's start this thing from an innovation side. Innovation or competitiveness, where do we want to go? When I was listening to that from Direto speaking, something that comes out strongly is we have three countries, probably three different structures, all sitting together in the East African Community Parliament, passing gazette after gazette, but these things are not transferable. So the reality of a free trade area or free trade zone is not really happening. For example, when you import something and it lands in Kenya that you would like maybe to move into Uganda for production, can you freely move that asset and put it into productivity within Uganda without incurring an element of double taxation. Those kind of issues, you find that the border is still very much existent, much as on paper it doesn't seem like the case. So can we be competitive in an environment where we are pushing aggressively for this that we start with Mr. Hayes?
Answer the question. I just want to answer the question. I just want to address the issue of competitiveness so that I build my point from up to where the question is. When we talk about competitiveness, industrial competitiveness, manufacturing competitiveness, what do we mean? It's about being able or the ability to produce goods sell them successfully. Sell them successfully. Now, when we come to our region as a country, or rather as East Africa, are we manufacturing competitively? Are we selling successfully? And what are the challenges? The challenges are many, not only special economic zones. Special economic zones are actually part of the solution. And therefore, if we want to transform our structural dynamics of the economy, we need to produce competitively, we need to market competitively. When you look at the data, we are not trading amongst ourselves as a region. For every 8 shillings we are trading, only 1 remains in East Africa. The 7 shillings go out of the region. Why? Because we're not adding value to what we are producing. We are an agro-based region, but we are only adding value to 20% of what we produce, and sometimes less as a region. So that forms the baseline where we need to start from. And we are talking about how the special economic zones are facilitating manufacturing, they're facilitating trade. Is it possible to move goods from wherever they are coming from into the special economic zones? And what are the incentives? Special economic zones, Mr. Nderetu mentioned in his remarks very clearly, these are designated customs areas within the customs territory. When you form a special economic zone, it stops being part of East Africa in terms of customs management. What that means is that you can move goods from a special economic zone in India, a special economic zone in China, to a special economic zone in Uganda, in Kenya, in Tanzania, in Rwanda, in Burundi, wherever they are implementing these policies on special economic zones, without payment of import duties, taxes, and other charges of equivalent effect. Now, that is a very big incentive to our manufacturers, considering that a lot of what we input into the process of manufacturing is actually imported. So that helps reduce the cost of doing business. And on the international market, we are competing on quality, we are competing on price. So that incentive is helping the manufacturer put down the cost of production and therefore being able to compete on price. Number 2, we went to the East African community. We drafted a treaty. The treaty sits on 4 pillars: customs union, common market, monetary union, political federation. We drafted and signed off a customs union protocol. And we said in that customs union protocol that we shall implement policies that promote manufacturing and exports. Under Article 25 of that protocol, it is very clear what incentives are supposed to be given to our manufacturers that produce for export. And one of those incentives is 0 rating of VAT. zero rating of VAT in free zones, in special economic zones. Now, this is where, again, the challenge is, especially for some countries. VAT is input-output, we know that, but when it is very correct, we need to be talking about what do we need to do to export. And if what we need to do is invest in land acquisition for public industrial projects. Public industrial projects. I'll give you an example. If Alinda has 1 billion shillings and he wants to start a business in the manufacturing sector, I will use about 400 million of that money to buy land. I will again use about maybe 100 or 200 million shillings of that money to make sure that that area is supplied with water and electricity. And by that time, I have not yet even put up an industrial shed, not yet imported machinery. So the question we need to ask is, how can the private sector and the public sector partner to elevate some of these challenges?
Okay, so I want to pause you there briefly, Linda. There's way too many, for starters, I'm even not sure why we're not talking with each other. For example, just starting with the basics of 2 different VAT percentages in brothers. That's kind of like where the foundation, the policy issues. I want to first pack the policy issues because it seems like a full conference on its own. But I want to upon some of the, I guess, what you raised as the constraints of doing business within this region. And you talked about energy a little bit. Mr. Director also raised the issue around energy, the cost of power. And then, consequently, that also raised the issue around transportation of goods from one side to another. When you talked about the Kawalega Industrial Park, which is all the way in Hoima, the idea of transportation starts to come to mind. It's 2026. We still have the standard moving between African countries. We still don't have commercial ships moving on Lake Victoria, moving products side to side. We still have dual carriage at the maximum between. So transport also becomes an issue. I just want to kind of think about, while we fix the policy, I want to assume that the policy is going to take some time, and the fact that you raise it means that we're aware of it, and hopefully you'll give us some suggestions. And we'll also wait to hear from UIA around the land issue, right? Because that's kind of squarely within your side. But before that, Mr. Lino, maybe just talk through, how, especially from your perspective, how is this transport and energy constraint a big deal in affecting our competitiveness on producing product that is actually competitive on the global scale? How can we overcome that? Because what Alinda has raised is majorly around policy, but at the same time has also raised some key concerns around, how we can work together on the regional side. I want you to focus your feedback on transport, on energy, and also I'm picking that out from the Director's keynote.
Thank you very much. The cost of energy segmented between generation, transmission, and the largest component of cost one and the cost of energy is actually distribution.
Okay, I see that.
Distribution. Now.
Sorry, Mr. Linda. Actually, initially I pointed that to Mr. Lino, but
sorry.
I can see you're burning with answers, which is great.
Alinda and Lino sounds the same.
Well, ideally, we're the same peoples here. But pack that feedback on distribution, because we'll get.
First of all, I'm a board member and Secretary General of the Uganda Clearing Industry and Forwarding Association, USIFA. And I'm in the Committee for Trade and Commerce at PSFU. and also Committee for Transport and Logistics. Then in that vein, I co-chair the National Trade Facilitation Committee under the Ministry of Trade representing private sector, and also co-chair the National Monitoring Committee on NTVs. Then of course for both committees, I'm in the team in the regional committees for ESC, COMESA, Tripartite, IGAD, and Africa Continental Free Trade Area. At the same time, I chair the UNBS Committee for Quality Logistics and Supply Chain. And to add, I also formally worked with the government, with the customs and the URA. I think I can leave that one there. First of all, allow me bring greetings from the Executive Secretary of the Northern Corridor, who was an Secretary of the Northern Corridor, who was unable to be here. And so I sit with the Permanent Secretaries of Works and Transport in the 6 countries, and I represent the private sector. And that is to start these public-private partnerships. Allow me to go through this very fast. I'm pleased to contribute to this discussion from the perspective of a regional trade and transport corridor, whose core mandate is directly linked to industrial competitiveness. For us, trade, an industrial park or special economic zone cannot be competitive based only on what exists within the parameters. Its competitiveness is determined equally by the infrastructure, the logistics systems, the energy networks, border processes, and regional markets to which to connect. That is why the corridor perspective is so to this discussion. The Northern Corridor, the Northern Corridor is one of East Africa's most important multimodal trade and transport corridors. It links the port of Mombasa to hinterland economies of Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, the Democratic Republic, railways, highways, inland container depots, border posts, logistic facilities, pipelines, and transit. The principal objective of the Northern Corridor is to facilitate the effective and fast, safe, sustainable, and competitive movement of goods and people across the region. Simplifying and harmonizing procedures, promoting digitalization, improving border efficiency, position itself, its industrial parks, and CES as serious alternatives for regional and global investment. We must address the infrastructure outside the factory gate with the same seriousness as the infrastructure inside the parks. I would say transport and energy infrastructure are among the most decisive factors determining whether an industrial site is genuinely cost competitive. An investor does not compare locations simply on the basis of land price or tax incentives. The investor compares what I would call the total cost of operating from that location. And transport and energy are two of the largest components of that calculation. On transport infrastructure, if an industrial park is poorly connected to a port, border crossing, railway, inland container depot, or major highway, the investor immediately faces higher logistic costs. These costs appear in several forms. There is the direct cost of transporting raw materials and finished products, but there are also indirect costs arising from delays, congestion, unpredictable border clearance, vehicles operating costs, and the need to carry additional inventory because delivery times are unreliable. For an investor operating a factory or a park, predictability is almost as important as speed. If a shipment normally takes 2 days, but can sometimes take 5 or 6 days, the company must build that uncertainty into its operation model. That means larger inventories, more warehousing, more working capital, and higher overall production costs. So the issue is not only whether there is a road, the question is how efficient, reliable, and predictable is the entire logistics chain from factory gate to the market, and at what cost. This is particularly important in East Africa because many industrial investments are expected to serve multiple countries. For instance, a factory located in Uganda may import machinery or intermediate goods through Mombasa, some raw materials from another state, and sell finished products into Rwanda, Eastern DRC, or South Sudan. Its competitiveness, therefore, depends on the performance of several pieces of infrastructure and several jurisdictions. This is precisely why regional corridors, such as the Northern Corridor, matter. I think let me skip the bit of energy because it will be covered.
Okay.
This
Mr.
is
Leader,
the last
Mr.
point
Leader, if you can
in
help me
becoming
wrap
more
up
significant.
on that one. If you don't mind, you could try and wrap up on that because I have a burning question for these two gentlemen as well, that are all coming out of of what you're presenting.
So, the Northern Corridor perspective. Our role is therefore to progressively reduce the economic distance between industrial locations and the markets. Economic distance is not simply kilometers. It's a combination of transport cost, transit time, border delays, procedures, infrastructure quality, and productivity. If we reduce these factors, a locked industrial park can become commercially much closer to the port of Mombasa and international markets. That is why investment in ports, roads, railways, one-stop border posts, inland container depots, and cargo systems and trade facilitation are not merely transport investments. What should government do? Let me just summarize that. Government should play a balancing role. For instance, we reduce from one area to enhance an effect on the other. I can give an example of the standard gauge railway in Kenya. Most people are still using the road transport because comparatively, the rail transport is supposed to be cheaper. But currently, that does not really happen with the standard gauge railway. And then also when you look at the vehicles, still the taxes on trucks, cargo trucks, are very high. Because our revenue authorities to get what? Want to get revenue. But if we reduce these taxes so that we can bring more of modern and competent trucks, then the parks could be able to produce at a lower cost, generate more production, and pay more taxes than you'd even get from the importation of vehicles. I would therefore suggest 6 priorities. 1, industrial parks must be planned around connectivity from the beginning. 2, energy planning must be integrated into industrial park development. 3, we should evaluate projects using total logistics and operating costs, not simply construction costs. 4, regional infrastructure must increasingly be planned as an integrated system. And 5th, the pricing of services provided should be reasonable, like I cited of the SGR. And 6th, let partner states coordinate infrastructure, investment, and system development. A good example of this is the standard gauge railway. Initially, all the partner states, Kenya, Uganda, and Rwanda were supposed to do it at the same time. But right now, it's only Kenya which has done, but also partly. But if it was coordinated, it would have been more effective. Now, lastly, as we close, I would emphasize 3 points. Industrial competitiveness does not end at the factory gate. Ports, roads, railways, border posts, and logistic facilities are part of the productive infrastructure of industrialization. And thirdly, East Africa's greatest opportunity is to connect industrial parks into regional value chains rather than developing them as isolated national organizations.
Okay. So, Mr. Lino, you'll allow me to stop you there briefly.
Thank you.
Now, because of your comprehensive presentation, some people will pay the price. So, Milton, we're going to switch it up a little bit, right? Everything that is being mentioned is not really going through the process. And I want us to just be a bit brief because I also want to create a bit of an opportunity to have, one final remark from everyone. What's, from a legal side, what is blocking us? What's the legal blockage we're having or facing? Because there's so many incentives that Mr. Linda was throwing here, and I was wondering, hey, I didn't know this was possible in this country. What are the legal and contractual sticking points that you think need to be addressed to be able to catalyze these innovations to come through? If you don't mind, just keep it brief so that we're able to come around again.
Thank you, James. Good afternoon. My name is Milton. From Milton Advocates, we specialize and deal mostly in infrastructure development, projects, and industrialization as well, and dispute resolution. So I'll be direct, given that we don't have time, and make it really high level. The problem most times is not actually legal. The biggest challenge is uncertainty of how the risks are allocated in these contracts. Whatever is being talked about when it comes to setting up an industrialization, these parks, industrial parks and SEZs, it gets down to what is contractual. Now, most times it's important to identify risks which are particular to these developments, and then being able to adequately allocate them in the contracts. So the biggest problem is always the uncertainty and the risk allocation, which gives rise to risk management issues. You'll realize that industrial parks brings several players. You have government, you have investors, you have developers, all coming to achieve the same purpose. Now, unless the risks are adequately or properly identified and adequately allocated in the contracts, where there's a dispute, it becomes a very big problem. And most times it's in the structuring. I'll give an example of Namamve when it was starting. Namamve Industrial Park, for instance, allocated about 2,800 acres. 2,800 acres to about 280 investors. About 100 of those did not even they lost the land. Some of them were speculators. Others had issues at the beginning. There was no access to, the roads were not made, the commitments of the roads, water supplies and what and so on. Of course, I must commend that there's been a big difference since then. But as a challenge, that's a structuring challenge that happened at the beginning. So most times the problem is not actually legal, but it is always the allocation, the uncertainty that is surrounding if you have to invest. So in terms of the innovations, we need serious government commitments when it comes to these developments. We need properly structured projects where the risks are adequately identified and properly allocated in these contracts. The rule of the thumb is you give that party who is in best control to manage a particular risk with that party, okay? So I also speak from an experience point of view that in arbitration, these disputes come. And when they come, you actually realize that sometimes the contracts are not balanced, okay? So when it comes to a dispute, you'll go back to the contract, and because the risk allocation was not well done at the beginning, it becomes a problem. So that's very important. And perhaps a lot has been said already. We should not develop these as for national projects. We should be looking at the regional, and we need to have a standardized legal regime that covers the region. Legal and tax go together so that we can attract investors from Kenya to come, Tanzania to come, or we can go across the border. Uniform legal statutory frameworks. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Oh, okay, last but not least. UIA. UIA, when I ask the question, I basically am talking to all the investment authorities. Recently, there's been a strong effort around a one-stop center as the way of doing business, and it's a commendable effort because we see, URA there, URSB there, and all the different other, banks having presence. You're basically the gateway. So I want to kind of understand from you, how can you anchor this move towards 500 million, the pipeline, as basically the gateway of investment into the country? How do you attract investors from within the region to make sure that we have, a uniform playing field as one East Africa, and just keep in mind the same challenges that have been highlighted across the board. The cost of fuel is very high these days. If I'm manufacturing from Uganda, how do I stay competitive within the region? The cost of power is different in the region. From your side, how do you guys find this? How do you navigate this challenge to make sure that we can attract more investors and grow our pipeline and be able to produce and stay competitive?
Thank you very much. My name is Peter Muramira. I thrive much in numbers, so I don't have many words. So I'll redeem some of your time and keep it very crisp. Where I'm coming from is on a market-oriented kind of planning framework, where we are looking at making sure that we remain globally competitive as a country, as a region, and as a continent. Our effort in business development, our effort in investment promotion is targeting value addition and making things less tedious in terms of friction between government by becoming a convening power, where the one-stop center is an easy gateway for doing business and ensuring that we remove the red tape and the overall investment experience is perfect. What we do at the onset is planning and ensuring that we have prepared well. And that's why I commend the organizers of this forum. When I look through the room, I see quite a very good representation. The National Development Framework in NDP 4 specifies two important areas around macro-spatial zoning. It also talks about regional value chain integration. This framework invites us to then go into how we sequence our investors. So already I know which investor is coming next, is coming next, is coming next, based on that framework. On the other hand, I have also to look at the resource base, just that so that the production lines are informing the manufacturing angle. My colleague, Mr. Rinda, has already mentioned that to become globally competitive, you must keep an eye on what exactly is happening at your production levels. And that is why we anchor our planning in terms of regional endowments to ensure that we are comparatively advantaged and we are supporting region by region those that are doing best in certain areas and ensuring that that density of production is feeding the manufacturing side. When I go into the cross-border supply, it is important that we don't mute the supply chain as far as inputs are concerned, but also we must ensure that two things override that. That is influence, which will come because we are producing high levels. That means we are able to have conversations at the table of other producers in the region, but also scale up, making sure that we are feeding the market where we identify these markets. And that is where my colleagues who are talking about the backward and forward linkages come in. And finally, is the integration. And the Bank of Uganda representative mentioned very well the need for data. Data must be also looked at in a way that would be able to help us segment our portfolio, so that then that portfolio will allow us to see how we can make referrals and match make when we are doing business to business recommendations in the region and on the continent. But most importantly, it is for us to appreciate that as a convening power, Uganda Investment Authority, one thing that I have not heard across from all the previous speakers is the dedication on coordination. I like the front line, I like the kind of setup, but we need to ensure that this is sustainable. So when we call meetings, for example, for a sector deep dive and looking at the policy perspective, with due respect, send representatives that can add value so that we can redeem time in terms of these urgent topics that we are talking about. Because global competition is no longer around what you know best, but it's about what out there is competing with you. I submit.
Wow, that's that's very strong. I hope someone was picking those quotes and should be able to share them. Now our time is fast spent, but I want to give every one of you an opportunity in one statement for the purpose of this meeting. One, I want you to just share in your own words, what should we do to attract investors towards this goal, in your own words? And two, what are you going to do about it? It's a commitment to the conference, so that next year, when we meet, you say, I told you I was going to do this, and it was going to impact this way. And of course, those who have done shabbily during the year, we shall hold you accountable. So, Mr. Ndiretu, one statement to tell us what are we going to do to bring investors within the region. Excuse me. In just, in one statement.
Thank you. I'll answer that question a bit indirectly, but addressing the same issue. And one of the challenges that we've seen and almost across the partner state in ESC is the one on decision making. Decision making that is related to the government structure. And just to give an example of Uganda, when HES with his technical team finds the right solution for a problem, they will take it through the board of directors, to the minister, to the cabinet, all the way. Now, if that structure was different, because this industrialization agenda of the 2040, it's a country and government priority, because it's meant to drive the economy forward. So the structure of government in decision making needs to be right. And I want to give a good example of Egypt. Egypt, they have one flagship economic zone called the Suez Canal Economic Zone. The Director General of that zone sits as the cabinet. He reports to the Prime Minister. Any right idea or correct idea is tabled first time at cabinet, the right decision is made. Now, our red tape in terms of decision making, even for the very good idea, has a lot of handles by the time it reaches to the decision making. That's my point, that we know what we need to do, the technical people know what to do, they know the solution, but how do you get that decision made expeditiously?
Okay, so you as Mr. Ndiretu, what are you going to do between now and next year to make sure that we realize this discussion comes to fruition?
I would recommend that the agency of government charged with the responsibility of driving this program, his profile is elevated to, if possible, the highest decision-making organ in government.
Okay, so there's a job promotion up for grabs. Milton, Liga, You're speaking from our legal side here.
Thank you, James. First, I must mention, because I come from private legal practice, there is so much I can do within my means. But one, working together with the concerned authorities, I will be able to come up with a standardized regional legal and contractual framework that can help in promotion of these industrial parks and the SEZs. Thank you.
Okay, that's a big promise, and I think it deserves a hand clap, definitely, because if we can have standardized legal, that will break a lot of barriers. Mr. Linder.
Thank you.
No, this is Mr. Linder this time. You guys seem to be brothers, eh? One statement.
Thank you very much. For industry expansion, so that we can meet our targets as a region of manufacturing contributing to GDP, regional GDP, up to 25% by the year 2032 under the East African Community Industrialization Strategy. We need to fast track the conclusion and adoption of the regulations for the special economic zones in the region. That is very important because we've seen regions like, countries like India. India is now the 6th largest economy in the world at about 3.94 trillion US dollars, just because they adopted a special economic zones policy, got special economic regulations that helped them go over the industrial upscaling and upgrading. And we want to partner with the private sector to ensure that we get this done probably by the close of this year. We have the draft regulations. Two, what we will do, I don't know whether you want me to say what I will do. I work for the government.
Yes, I work for but within time as well.
I work for the government, so we work in a team. We will ensure that we fast track the domestication of these regulations through a national law on special economic zones in Uganda. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a very strong commitment, and I believe that as part of the East African community, you'll be able to send that same message through. If the commitment is only from Uganda, it doesn't achieve much, but when it's from the East African scale, it does. Peter?
James, we have diplomats in the house. Diplomats. We have ambassadors here who can help with that coordination.
Okay. During the lunch break, I want to see who you'll be sitting with. Okay, Peter?
Thank you, Charles. My commitment as Muramira and Uganda Investment Authority and the leadership and the board is twofold. So on one hand, there is optimization. So we must ensure that the current portfolio is converting, making sure that the productivity is increasing, they are more profitable, and business is strong. And on the other hand, aware of the capabilities of Uganda and the advantages of other countries in the region, but also aware of the capabilities of other countries in the region, we want to be the perfect deal room so that we know what is going on, and we perfect synergizing, we perfect digitization, and also mobilization of investment capital. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And it's quite obvious that, Peter, it seems you guys have already been on the script, and please keep pushing, and we want to see the same results. And in conclusion, Mr. Lino, how will the corridor attract new investors, and what's your commitment that next year we're not coming back here and the situation is still the same, because you had the longest speech and it was full of more questions than answers. So I want to hear some strong commitment of how you guys are going to change things around to close this.
Thank you.
In one statement.
For the Northern Corridor Transport and Transit Coordinating Authority, We are not just promising, because we're already doing it. It's our mandate, particularly to facilitate the reduction of the cost of transport and logistics in the region. Right now, we are doing a number of things. We are working on roads. We are working on border areas. We are working on roadside stations, which we have not been having for the rest of drivers, because that has been sometimes the cause of delays and accidents. And also working on systems, like the Northern Corridor has facilitated the connectivity between the DRC and Uganda Revenue Authority, so that we have a system which is talking to each other like we have in the single customs territory. So it is what the corridor is already doing, and we are committed to make sure, because the cost of transport and logistics is the biggest in the delivery of goods to the parks. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me thank the panel. Let's give them a big hand clap for sharing their ideas. I think my takeaway from this is that we have all the pieces that are needed to make this work. I believe that we all see how the 500 million can happen, but we need to be able to honor our commitments and work together as a group to achieve the opportunity that is in front of us. Thank you very much. Mr. MC, back to you.
All right, we'll just allow for a photo op moment real quick. So let's give it up for Mr. Biaro and his wonderful panel. I will allow you to have a photo ops moment real quick. I have nothing more useful to add after that long deliberation, but the 500 million target is certainly within reach if these commitments are made. Ladies and gentlemen, our last conversation for the 2 days brings policy, diplomacy, and regional cooperation to the table, and asks the question of how will we align them to accelerate East Africa's industrial competitiveness. And so I just want you to bear with us as we get ready to have our very last panel. And to steer this, the Senior Government Policy Roundtable. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with me the CEO, Private Sector Foundation Uganda, Mr. Stephen Asimwe. He's a man known for his ability to keep time and compress it as well. So he has a tall task, and hopefully we shall be joined by the minister and bring this to a wrap. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ronnie. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Can I ask all of you to stand quickly? All stand so that we prepare for lunch. Lunch is coming. Just stretch a bit. We've been sitting for a little bit of time. Greet your neighbor. Now you may be seated. Thank you. This is our last session. I'm cognizant that we are behind time. We are going into the close. The minister is coming to close the session. You may be seated, please. The minister is coming to close, so I'm going to indulge my next panel. As they come, we're going to keep it very tight because we have a tight afternoon and I know diplomats are out to do business. So will come with me, ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency, the Ambassador, the High Commissioner of Kenya to Uganda, His Excellency Ababu Namwamba, to come on stage. Please give him a hand clap. I will indulge His Excellency, the High Commissioner of Rwanda to Uganda, to come to the stage. My good friend, brother, and OB at Makerere and hallmate, football mate, Ambassador Colonel Joseph Rutabana. Please, seat number 2 and 3. Yes, thank you very much. And then I'll ask people with the title of Mr. These are ambassadors. Mr. Cleopas Ndolerire, to come to the front. He is representing the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Trade, but he's also in charge of external trade. Big hand clap to Mr. Ndolerire. Yes, please, thank you. And finally, I'll ask Mr. Leo Kizito Ojara Ochaya, who's representing the PS of the East African Community Affairs. Please give him a hand clap as he sits. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our final team that is going to speak. I really indulge your attention so that we listen to what is ably a closure of this conference. And the topic is aligning policy, diplomacy, regional cooperation to accelerate East Africa's industrial competitiveness. Now, we have discussed so many things, and you, very able, distinguished panelists, are responsible for alignment. I was just looking at figures. Our two brother and sisterly states, Kenya is about 60 million people, Rwanda 14 million, thereabout. Uganda is at closing to 50. Tanzania is another almost 70 something. We want to discuss in the context of what we've said here today and yesterday. How are we aligning all of these things together? And so I'll start with a slight bias. My brother, Ambassador Joseph, how is your position as a representative of Rwanda to Uganda? How are you aligning this policy, this diplomacy, to ensure that we create an enabling environment for this industrial competitiveness to take place? Just share with us in a few minutes what it is that you're doing, and I know you're doing quite a bit in that context. Thank you.
Thank you. I try to be quick as you have asked, but let me start by thanking you for inviting us. We thank the chairman of the board of PSU and his deputy, my sister Sarah, and you for inviting me to this session. Definitely, it's the theme, unlocking industrial competitiveness through innovation and regional value chain integration, speaks directly to the work we must do together as East Africa. And without going into theories, because you've been doing it, I also agree that the principal role of the industrial sector in transforming economies and setting them on a path to growth is widely accepted. No one doubts about it. There may be differences on the best approaches to developing the industrial sector and the role of the state in industrialization process, but generally, manufacturing industries are considered the main engine of economic growth. Now, our topic is how do we align policy, diplomacy, and regional cooperation to accelerate East Africa's industrial competitiveness. I'm not going to go into details of how far Rwanda has gone, but if I go straight to your question, as diplomats, how do we align, how do we involve diplomacy in aligning the policies and the integration? If I speak about what we do, like on bilateral level, because I'm the High Commissioner of Rwanda, so we have bilateral relations with Uganda, as my colleague has, Kenya has bilateral relations with Uganda. So we have a lot of mechanisms through which we do this. I will mention the Joint Permanent Commission between Rwanda and Uganda. We had our, I think, 12th session recently involving many ministers, Minister, of course, of Foreign Affairs, Minister of Trade, Minister of Health, and others. So if we talk about, for example, the tariff barriers. We discussed about it in that kind of setup. We talk about cross-border. What are the barriers which are there between our two countries? So we try to align during those meetings. We try to align the policies which will make better integration, will make better, easy our region to become more competitive by allowing our trade and removing those kind of barriers. We also talk about power, for example. Power is very important for industrialization. As we talk, we import power from Uganda. I don't know currently, but maybe about 80 megawatts, which help us in increasing our power capabilities in terms of industrialization. We also talk about roads, the levees. So we have this kind of setup which allow us to harmonize and do better in terms of competitiveness. Otherwise, people talked about special economic zones. Rwanda has been trying very hard to reach very good. Currently, we operate. We have invested deliberately in special zones and industrial parks, and Rwanda currently operates 2 special economic zones and 8 industrial parks. More than 320 factories have been established in these zones. So, in summary, without going into details, I had prepared but a lot to talk about, but let me be short and go straight to what you have asked. So we have those mechanisms as diplomats through the JPC, Joint Permanent Commission, to align our bilateral relations in terms of enhancing to become more competitive as Rwanda and Uganda, but also as EAC. I submit.
Thank you very much. Let's give him a big hand clap. Thank you, Ambassador Joseph, for that very brief but very rich explanation on competitiveness. I think that we are beneficiaries. I'll come to you back in another round, and let me take this opportunity also to ask almost the same question, but again, in a bit of context. Kenya, Your Excellency, Ambassador Namwamba, is our biggest trading partner. We've had bilateral relations for many years. Of course, we've also had our challenges here and there. But in the last couple of years, we've seen a very concerted effort for our two countries to ensure that this interplay of trade is aligned very closely. In very brief terms, almost as much as your predecessor, can you just give us a quick synopsis of what you're doing, especially in the last couple of years, to how we ensure that this competitiveness is integrated, but also our bilateral engagements in the context of diplomacy? Over to you, Ambassador.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Simwe. And allow me also to acknowledge Chairman Humphrey Nzei, together with the rest of the leadership of the Private Sector Foundation Uganda, for an incredibly well-structured, well-imagined regional industrial conference, the 3rd edition, and really pay tribute to all those that are behind this absolutely incredible idea. Kenya is fully supportive of this kind of initiative, and I dare say this kind of getting together is very much in line with the vision of our top leaders. And particularly, I want to applaud my president, President William Ruto, together with His Excellency President Yoweri Museveni, for their very firm and unequivocal commitment to integration and their very clear instructions to all of us to invest in integration and do whatever it takes to ensure that we flow together and we share prosperity. I want to take your question in the context of the topic that has been placed before us, aligning policy, diplomacy, and regional cooperation to accelerate East Africa's industrial competitiveness. And you'll allow me, moderator, to just throw 5 observations in that context. First observation, and in line again with the thinking of Nairobi or the thinking of Kenya around these issues, is that prosperity is only prosperity when shared. There can be no prosperity when you're ring fencing your prosperity, if you're the only lord in the village or your only country within the 8-member block of the EAC that imagines you're prospering ahead and away from everybody else. That is not prosperity. It can only be prosperity if it is shared. And so we must stop sharing poverty and start sharing prosperity. When you look at the volume of intra-EAC trade, a block of 8 countries, over 300 million people, yet our trade volume is stuck at about 15%, the trade we are doing amongst ourselves. You can compare that to 23% intra-trade volume within the SADC region or the SADC bloc, and 60% within the EU. You can draw a comparison of how much we are sharing, how much prosperity we are sharing. If we are trading at only 15% amongst ourselves, the SADC region is doing it at 23%, the EU is doing it at 60%. So what exactly are we sharing? If 85% of our trade is outside the region, prosperity is only prosperity if it's shared. Number 2, there must be a very clear commitment on regionalizing value chains. We must regionalize our value chains. And we regionalize value chains by looking at the elements, the inputs along that value chain. You can look at primary production. Where is primary production happening? Where can we do the processing? Where can we get the technology into that value chain? Where do we get the manpower, the distribution, power, or energy generally? And so when you look at the value chain, it gives you the confidence that everybody can actually get a piece of the cake. You can get a piece of the cake at the primary production. You can get a piece of the cake at the level of processing. You can get a piece of the cake at the level of technology, at the level of distribution, at the level of manpower, at the level of energy. And everybody can actually plug in at each of those points of the value chain. And we can do this across the region. We can do it in a transnational fashion. Let me give you a simple example. I'm very busy moving around, seeing what this country is doing, and I really want to applaud Uganda. All the economic fundamentals of this country are looking so impressive, absolutely impressive. And we can look, the trajectory is really encouraging. So I roam around quite a bit as a diplomat, and in one of my tembea, ama tanga around the place in this country, I visited a very impressive enterprise called the Sam's Food Industries. The founder and CEO, Dr. Ngabirano Dennis, is actually in this gathering today. Daktari, yeah, Daktari is right here. This gentleman, Dr. Ngabirano Dennis, hosted me and took me around his absolutely incredible enterprise located in Kowe, in Wakiso district, a few miles from here. And I was very impressed, incredibly impressed by the kind of investment this young man has done in Wakiso. And in fact, one of the main things I'm doing right now as ambassador of Kenya to Uganda is to open the Kenyan market to products of Sam's food industries, because they are quality products, absolutely top level products. Products that are being made from farm produce of the highest quality, grown naturally, and processed at the very, very highest world standard levels. Now today, Dr. Ngabirano told me that he's just secured a deal with one of the EU member states to produce and supply peanut butter. And to meet that cost, or to meet that demand, he would require 600 metric tons of peanuts per month. 600 metric tons of njugu groundnut per month. That's an incredible volume of peanuts. So just in terms of production, looking at the first level of the value chain, how many farmers across the East Africa Community region can take that opportunity to supply some food industries with 600 metric tons of peanuts per month? Number 3, non-tariff barriers, the elephant in the room. And my question to you, who motivates non-tariff barriers? Some of your own members are the instigators of non-tariff barriers because you want to ring-fence your little fiefdoms, your little industrial empires. So you believe by erecting non-tariff barriers around your enterprise, you will protect. But what are the benefits? There's more harm in what you're trying to protect than if you pulled down those non-tariff barriers. So are you able to look each other in the eye, eyeball to eyeball, and tell each other, drop this unhelpful habit of erecting non-tariff barriers around your own enterprise? Number 4, I told you, Bwana Moderator, that I just want to bounce 5 little observations of the wall. Number 4, as you erect these barriers, what exactly are you protecting? What are you protecting? This is what you're protecting. You're protecting stunted growth. You're protecting inefficiency. You're protecting poverty. That is what you're protecting. The more you exclude competition, the more you exclude free flow of ideas and enterprise, you protect stunted growth, you protect inefficiency, and at the end of the day, you are actually a purveyor of poverty and the limitation of job opportunities for our young people. What exactly are you scaling when you are erecting little walls of Jericho around your enterprise? Scale beyond your environment and let others scale in your environment. And finally, we really must move from talk to walk. We must move from motion to action. I think it was Ernest Hemingway who famously said, never mistake motion for action. We are in perpetual motion, but are we really acting? How effectively are we acting to ensure that the EAC works for all of us? The African Continental Free Trade Agreement, we've been talking about it. for years now. How are we making it effective? How are we making it a reality in our lives? We certainly must not mistake motion for action. My final word would be, this is the 3rd edition of the Regional Industrialization Conference. How much time? And by the way, moderator, I have been going through the program. This is my copy of the program. So I have taken time to flip through it. And I was asking myself, how much time has been allocated on this program to review and assess fruits from Conference 1 and Conference 2, so that we can confidently tell ourselves we are acting and not merely moving. Because as Hemingway would tell us, never mistake motion for action. Are we merely moving? Are we merely talking? Or are we walking? Are we acting? Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Asante sana.
Thank you very much.
Next time I come here, nitazungumza kwa lugha ya Kiswahili katika spirit ya Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Shukran.
Asante sana, Balozi Namwamba, for the beautiful pointers that you've made. It seems like you were here yesterday because a lot of what you have said was pretty much discussed yesterday. And so it's against that background that I'm going to ask on your last question. My brother, Mr. Ojara Ochaya, as a representative of the East African Community Affairs, which is basically giving oversight, this talk to motion, what are we seeing? Because next year we are coming to report these elephants, NTBs, ring fencing, sharing poverty. I know so much has been done, and obviously the outcome of this conference is going to set the stage for your next discussion at the ESC. For us as private sector, we have our body, the East African Business Council. Mr. Farah is here. For us as private sector, we have our views, which we bring to the ESC, the IALA, the Secretariat. What is it quickly, if you can summarize, what are those motions? What is happening at the ESC?
Okay.
And I think you represent other member states. We'll give you that responsibility.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Simwe, for that. Ladies and gentlemen, in brief, a lot has been said about the pillars of integration. I'm not going to go into that. Specifically, how do the policies that are prepared by the community disseminated? We have national consultation meetings that we conduct on a regular basis. We have already talked about bilateral meetings. We go ahead to have technical working group meetings in the different areas: trade, finance, investment, health, education, gender, and so on and so forth. From there, we get to the sectoral committees. The sectoral committees report to the sectoral councils in those different areas. And then from there, we go to the Council of Ministers. Now, this is the top decision-making body of all the partner states. Uganda is currently the chair of the East African Community. And of course, our president, His Excellency Yoweri Museveni, he assumed this responsibility on the 7th of March, 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot that has been said, but in a nutshell, we are looking at completing the integration process agenda. We have a few partner states who joined us a few years ago, and they are still in the process of implementing the pillars of integration. The customs union, the common market are not yet fully implemented, and this is holding us back. So how are we going to help them? We have developed a roadmap for onboarding these partner states to ensure that they implement the pillars of integration. Today we have had a long discussion about the monetary union. I'll not go into that. So we are advancing the monetary union to ensure that by 2031, we're able to have a single currency. Then improving our regional infrastructure in terms of roads, rail, air transport. We have the one area network where some partner states are not yet on board. But currently, at least for Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, and Rwanda, you are able to call at a very subsidized rate. It was previously very expensive to make a phone call across borders. But we have Burundi that's not yet on board, DRC is not yet on board, and work is in progress to ensure that we get these partner states to come in on board in order to improve trade facilitation amongst the partner states. We have already talked about expanding intra-EAC trade. We have stagnated at between 12 and 20% for the last 10 years. And why is it that we are not able to trade more amongst ourselves? The answer is industrialization. We need to be able to create more jobs for our youth. We need to be able to stop imposing non-tariff barriers, which are causing us problems across our borders. We have issues to do with rice, sugar, grain, beef products, and so on and so forth. We currently have a list of about 27 non-tariff barriers. This is as of June 2026. But in the summit of March 2026, the heads of state gave a directive that partner states and the Secretariat must remove all non-tariff barriers by the 30th of June 2025. So we are in the process of reviewing this, and we shall be communicating to the Council of Ministers as soon as. Then finally, we need to strengthen EAC institutions, and also where is the private sector in the discussion of the East African community. So we have already received a request from the East African Business Council for them to also sit at the table because they are observers. They don't have a specific seat in decision-making at the EAC. So the EAC makes decisions and then they come and impose them down on the private sector. So we need to see how we are going to improve this, to change this. Finally, is to find a mechanism for financing the East African community because there's a big problem there. Partner states are not paying what they are supposed to pay. They are not paying their dues, and this is stifling the affairs and the activities of the East African community. So again, in the last summit, the heads of state agreed and said that partner states, it's no longer going to be 100% payment because we were paying, each partner state was paying about $2 million per year, flat rate. But our economies are different. The economy of Burundi is somewhere there, of Kenya is somewhere there, Tanzania and Uganda and so on and so forth. So it was agreed that now partner states are going to pay 50% equal contribution and then 50% assessed on GDP. And the mathematics therefore plays out. If your GDP is much higher, then you are going to pay a little bit more. If your GDP is lower, then you will pay a little bit less. So I want to stop here for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ochaya. Interesting that governments tell us to pay our taxes and yet they are not paying their dues. Something for discussion.
For Uganda, we have really been paying.
So if we are paying our taxes, why aren't you paying?
No, we are paying. Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, we are on board.
Sorry, I just brought that as as a light moment. But thank you. Let's give him a big hand clap. I think there's a lot of motion. There's a lot of motion on a daily. And I think that our biggest issue really is this non-tariff barrier thing. And like we said yesterday, Your Excellencies, non-tariff barriers takes two to tango. The private sector ring fences, but it's the governments who sign. It's the governments who sign that you can't pass here. So at the end of the day, we are forced to come to conferences like this one. But at the end of the day, one day, all government people will be private sector. So as you pass these laws, you know that one day you are coming on our side. I'm going to conclude with my brother Cleopas. In the context of what has been said, both at the bilateral and at the East African community level, at the Ministry of Trade where you sit, and it's a very important, and you know you are our chief sponsors, and this conference we are doing for you to make it easy for your policies and advocacy and all these programs to accelerate industrial competitiveness. In brief, what is it that you are going to take away from this conference that is going to inform our next steps from a country perspective? Of course, I know you are the ones who handle non-tariff barriers, but also you are in charge of industry. We've given you some of the issues of competitiveness. Give us like your manifesto for the next year. In quick terms, what it is you intend to carry from here that is going to make this possible from both national but also at a regional level. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Asimwe. Let me add my voice to sincerely appreciate the PSFU and your team for giving us, as a ministry, this opportunity to engage with all of you. Mr. Asimwe, you'll forgive me, I have heard from the diplomats. I am not a diplomat. I might be a little more blunt and say the way things stand in the EAC. Otherwise, if we don't do the right diagnosis, we will get the wrong prognosis and the wrong prescription. And I'm going to speak more particularly on the NTBs, the non-tariff barriers and the tariff barriers. Sometimes where I sit as the head of the Department of External Trade responsible for growing exports, I think that perhaps my economics were wrong when they said we start from a customs union to a common market, a monetary union, and a federation. I sometimes think perhaps we should have started on a federation. Why am I saying this? It is evident to everyone now that each of us in the partner states is protecting their own industries. Just today, while I walked out, I received 2 non-tariff barriers from a country which I will not name, from one of our steel companies. We have all the policies you have talked about. They are aligned to do with standards, to weights and measures, but the trucks are still seated there, being remeasured, being reweighed, regardless of the fact that the policies are there. So, colleagues, the major challenge is not the policy. Even the little policies we have that are aligned are not being implemented. We have an example. I'm sorry, I'm not complaining, but I must say this so that we get this picture clearly. Where one of our industrialists had a problem with his product, he went to one of the partner states, and the high-ranking senior officer did not say, we are going to solve this, we are going to look at it. He said, why can't you come and invest in my country? After all, you will still be able to assess the other countries. That is where we are, sir. I want you to understand where we are so that we don't diplomatize the whole issue and then we fail to get a solution. This is the reason why in the last stiffy, we called for a more punitive East African NTB Elimination Act. Because the way it stands now, someone comes and says, in my finance bill, I have put an excise duty of so much, which is against the East African Customs Union. Our private staker pay it for a whole year. He tells you when the next year comes, I'm going to remove it. They remove it from product A and put it on product B. So it is now a ping-pong game. From furniture to this, to poultry, to the other. Meanwhile, they are collecting that money as a partner state illegally, so to say. But there is no mechanism. The only thing the East African Court of Justice can tell you is that it is non-compliant to the customs union. But the private sector person has got no mechanism to carry that opinion or that judgment and say, now I want back my money. We are therefore revising the act to put a punitive, more physical, a refund to the private sector so that if any partner state corrects that tariff illegally out of compliance with the customs union, then the private sector will be able to take that person to the Court of Justice and request for a refund. Maybe that way, our partner states, all of us may know that it bites for you to put that tariff, non-tariff barrier or tariff barrier. Because as you said, it is the private sector which goes, connives with government, convinces them, and then they ring-fence that. But as the ambassador said, we are ring-fencing poverty. For us as government, we have put the policy. If you look at the rules of origin, the rules of origin are very clear and they support regional value chains. We have what they call the accumulation principle, Rule 8. It simply means that if you source your product from any partner states, let me give an example of cotton, which everyone has given here. You get from cotton from Uganda, you get the yarn spun in Kenya, the fabric made in Tanzania, the distribution made in Burundi, Rwanda, wherever, it is still an ESC originating product, and we will have preferential treatment. So on that, we have done it. We have negotiated the markets, the FCTA, to reach, but because of our own interests as countries, we have even failed to give our tariff offers, which is the exempt list, because we all want to build our own small enclaves of industries. We say, no, you cannot open up the motor vehicles because that is ours. Uganda comes and says, you cannot open up milk, that is ours. Another partner state. So until we remove that small enclave of interest, it can be seen in the things we do in energy. I had the energy proposal. Each one of us is building their own small hydropower plants. Every small swamp you see, you want to build a hydropower swamp. Each one has got our own airline. Each one has got our own, we build the railway and stop it somewhere. So each one of us is thinking, because I believe, and without risking sounding like a politician, is that because these are the private sector who fund our regular cycles of elections, therefore, that interest must be there. That's why I started from the start that perhaps we should have started with the federation, then come backwards.
Thank you.
But until that is still there, we will come here the 10th time and we will be saying the same thing.
Thank you very much. Let's give him a big hand clap. I know Cleopas to be a very serious man in that context. I think our guest of honor has arrived, and that marks the conclusion of our session. I think let's give our chief guest a big hand clap as he enters. Mr. Honorable Sanjay Tana, you're very welcome. And I'll ask our panelists to stand. I'm sorry we had to cut it short, given the kind of time. Another big hand clap to our chief guest, but I think our panelists, please stay there for a quick photo moment. Okay, so a big hand clap as our panelists come down. Thank you very much. Let's give them a big, big hand clap. Can I ask my team to please sit, Excellencies, ambassadors, give them their seats. Honorable Minister, you're very, very welcome. I'll ask, Okay. Our chief guest has arrived, and a big welcome to you, your Honorable Minister, our good friend, Honorable Sanjay Tana, very welcome. We thank you for honoring our invitation. On behalf of management and the board, we have had a very successful 2 days of deliberations. And Honorable Minister, your ministry and yourself in particular have been responsible for supporting, for enabling, and facilitating this conference. And so let's give him a very big hand clap with your team. It's been 2 intensive days of discussions, and the panel when you came in, the panel that was there was actually our diplomatic corps from Kenya and from Rwanda. And so you came at a good time when we were closing, and Cleopas, your staff, was discussing some of the things that your ministry is doing to address the elephants, not even one elephant, the non-tariff barriers, which are hindering business in Africa. And so, therefore, we are delighted to have you. I'll ask my team, the MCs, to be ready because the close of these 2 days is actually a rapporteuring report. We are supposed to give you a report. We'll invite the chairman to come and give his remarks and then invite you to come and close the session, which, by the way, you launched last week. And it was, we got the biggest coverage in the media for a couple of days. You spoke some very interesting. So give us a minute of interlude as we get together. We'll introduce the board and also our discussion points, and then we will have the final closing. Thank you very much, and most welcome to our conference. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, our Vice Chair, Madam Sarah Kajingo, will give a condensed summary of the report and then invite the chairman, who will invite the chief guests. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Sanjay Tana, Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, the High Commissioner of the Republic of Rwanda, His Excellency Colonel Joseph Rutabana, the High Commissioner of the Republic of Kenya to Uganda, His Excellency Ambassador Ababu Namwamba, the Chair of Private Sector Foundation, Mr. Humphrey Nzei, colleagues, board members of Private Sector Foundation, the Chair of the Africa Business Council, Vice Chair of the EABC, CEO of the EABC, captains of industry, ladies and gentlemen. Our chief guest, I will now actually read our official communique. We've had a productive 2 days. This conference was attended by the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Honorable Henry Musasizi, on behalf of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda. The conference was also attended by the Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, the Minister of State for Trade, Industry and Cooperatives charged with industry. The conference was attended by government and the private sector from the Republic of Rwanda, Kenya, Tanzania, South Sudan, the Africa Business Council, agencies of the Ministries of Trade, Finance, Free Zones Authority, Uganda Investment Authority, Uganda Revenue Authority, Kenya Ports Authority, the immigration bodies, the One-Stop Center for investors, the EABC, the CBC, bankers, DFCU, our esteemed partner, telecoms, MTN, our esteemed partner, The African women in processing, represented by Cameroon, Tanzania, Uganda, and other African countries. The participants of this third annual Industrialization Conference, convened by Private Sector Foundation Uganda in partnership with the Government of the Republic of Uganda, regional private sector bodies, industrialists, financial institutions, investors, and development partners, reaffirm our commitment to accelerating East Africa's industrial competitiveness through innovation and integrated regional value chains. East Africa has more than 400 million consumers, with access to approximately 1.4 billion people under the AfCFTA. However, intra-EAC trade remains about USD 20 billion, while less than 20% of the region's agricultural output is processed locally. This highlights the urgent need to expand regional production, value addition, and trade in manufactured goods. The conference recognized progress in industrial parks, regional standards, digital connectivity, and private sector investment. Uganda, in particular, is advancing toward at least 25 industrial parks, while manufacturing contributes approximately 16.5% of GDP. MTN Uganda highlighted digital infrastructure, mobile financial services, and integrated business platforms as critical enablers of industrial productivity, SMEs growth, and cross-border trade. Regional competitiveness, nevertheless, remains constrained by non-tariff barriers, protectionism, inconsistent policy implementation, high energy and logistics costs, unpredictable customs and tax administration, limited patient capital, illicit trade, technology and skills gaps, and inadequate inclusion of MSMEs, women, and youth. Participants in this two-day conference have therefore resolved to, 1, establish a time-bound EAC mechanism for monitoring and eliminating non-tariff barriers with clear responsibilities and quarterly reporting. Number 2, we've agreed to harmonize customs procedures, tax policies, industrial standards, and mutual recognition arrangements across partner states. We've also resolved to establish a regional blended finance facility offering patient capital for industrial and cross-border value chain investments. Number 4, we've resolved to accelerate investment in electricity generation and distribution, railway, roads, industrial parks, storage, logistics, and digital infrastructure. We've resolved to operationalize 24/7 real-time regional payments, interoperable identification, company registration, and cargo tracking systems. We've agreed to expand local processing, regional sourcing, research, technical skills, and technology adoption. Number 7, to establish coordinated regional enforcement against illicit and counterfeit trade. We've also resolved to deliberately integrate MSMEs, women and youth into formal value chains. Key commitments as an outcome of this two-day conference are that Uganda has also committed to embarking to acceleration of growth of Uganda's GDP towards 10x growth and exactly USD 500 billion economy. Equity Bank's planned mobilization of over USD 6 billion in 10 years, EADB's patient financing of 8 to 13 years, and support for approximately 1,000 additional megawatts to the generation capacity. MTN Uganda's commitment to continued investment in connectivity and digital solutions and advancement of a USD 500 million regional industrial project pipeline was warmly welcomed. PSFU, the East African Business Council, partner states, and the ESC Secretariat shall translate these resolutions into a regional policy action and implementation matrix, which will specify actions, responsible institutions, timelines, and performance indicators. The conference, which was also attended by the committee charged with the Northern Corridor, has concluded that East Africa's critical gap is not a lack of opportunities or policies, but execution, fast execution, coordination, and accountability. The region must now move from fragmented markets to an integrated regional economy and from policy dialogue to measurable industrial results. Adopted this day in Uganda's capital, Kampala. Honorable Chief Guest, it's now my distinct honor to invite our chair to speak on behalf of the private sector. Chair Humphrey Nzey, Chairman of the Board of Directors of Private Sector Foundation. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Our Honorable Minister of Trade, our friend, Honorable Sanjay Tana, firstly, congratulations and thank you for honoring us with your presence here. Our ambassadors, our excellencies, our board members of Private Sector Foundation, our permanent secretaries from our various ministries, the chairs and CEOs of our apex bodies across the region, our friends from KEPSA and TPSF, our captains of industry, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, Honorable, it was interesting for me to note that one of our speakers here today, the chairman of KEPSA, has a business here in Uganda, and the chairman, myself, of PSFU has a business in Kenya. So I think us business people, we are already integrated, which is good to see. So, Honorable, we've had 2 days of deliberations, and I must say we've had a good turn up. We had excellent representation from across the region. We had a team from Rwanda, from Kenya, from South Sudan, from all across the region. So we are happy with our attendance, and we're able to really boil down into the issues that affect all of us. In this time, we identified the issues that we need to work on, the areas that we need to work on, and also the areas in which, as a region, we have made great progress. So where we have seen great progress across the region is areas like our special economic zones and our industrial parks. Here in Uganda, we have 25 industrial parks, housing over 75 companies and employing over 12,000 people. So we thank the government for setting these up. We also thank the government for creating an enabling environment for us to do business in. I think all of us as business people are continuing to invest in this region because we see the full potential of this region. We also see that the governments, the regional governments, have created incentives for us to invest. Here in Uganda, the UIA told us of incentives of up to 10 years in tax holidays, which we appreciate. And there are other special incentives when you go into the special economic zones. So those are the areas where we feel that we are winning. However, there are also areas where we see bottlenecks, which we need to tackle collectively as a region. The EAC market is made up of 400 million people, and Africa at large is 1.4 billion people. Yet we as Africa only contribute 3% to the global economy. This is far too small. Our own intra-EAC trade only accounts for 16% or $19.7 billion, which means that we are largely importers. And this is the whole point of this conversation. We have to look at industrializing so that we look at import substitution, so that we look at more reliance on each other as a region rather than importing from regions outside of the EAC. When we compare ourselves to Europe, Europe as a bloc, their intra-EU trade is 69% compared to our 16%. So we have a huge way to go and huge potential. We also agreed that one of the biggest bottlenecks that we need to address is reducing our non-tariff barriers. We've come to recognize that these are protectionism of just few companies, and we need to look at ourselves globally as a region and say that we can do better if we open all these markets equally to all of us. So we challenge government to look at that and see how we can reduce these non-tariff barriers from 51% in the case of Kenya, 47% in the case of Uganda, and 36% in the case of Rwanda. We need access to those markets. We must also think of ourselves truly as one people. We must look at removing these borders, these barriers that we have between us. There is no reason a Ugandan should need a work permit in Kenya or in Rwanda, and vice versa. There is no reason. We talked yesterday of banking. If you want to open a bank account in Kenya, you cannot do so with your Ugandan ID. These are things that should change. We should be able to use, we should integrate our identification systems so that being an East African is truly being an East African wherever you are in East Africa. We also need to look at the movement of goods within our East Africa in the same way that goods move within the EU. Within the EU, when goods are produced in one country, they can move freely within the 27 member bloc without any tariffs, without any hindrance. So we really need to move to the next stage where we drop our borders and allow the free movement of goods across the region. The other hindrance to access to the 400 million market across East Africa is infrastructure. We cannot say that we can access 400 million people when Congo does not have roads. We're pleased that we're looking as Uganda and Kenya at the SGR, the Standard Gauge Railway, that will bring the cost of transport within the region down. We're happy about the steps that Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania have made on water transport, which has also brought the cost down, but we need to do far more. We need to be more interconnected through our infrastructure so that goods can reach the last mile a lot easier. We also talked about the cost of finance across the region and the disparity. The interest rates in Kenya may be at one level, while the interest rates in Uganda are at a different level. We need these regional banks to start banking all of us somewhat equally. And as businesses start to grow across the region, we now need to look at longer-term capital. In order for us to make significant investments across the region, we really need to have money that is patient capital and that can look beyond the usual 5 to 10 years. The other area we identified is our own energy infrastructure across the region. Whilst we might have power, we need to look at our power infrastructure and look at the quality of our power. A lot of times, us industrialists are faced with challenges over the quality, not quantity, but quality of our power, and that's something that we need to address. Across the region, we also have a disparity in the cost of power. In Uganda, we've advanced and we are charging our top industries 5 US cents per kilowatt hour. In Kenya, however, they are charging 12 cents. In Ethiopia, which is outside of our region, but the cost of power there is 3 cents. So we need to look as an EAC how we can help each other to bring down the overall cost of doing business. Uganda, as a nation, has set out quite an ambitious target to grow this economy by 10 times in the next few years. Our target is to grow the economy from 50 billion to 500 billion. Well, it's good to report that since that target was set, we have already grown the economy to 70 billion. So that target now comes closer and closer within our reach and is something that we as the business community see is achievable. Our current growth rates here are between 8.5% and are projected to grow to 10.5%. So we should be well on track to do that. We now, as a region, need to work together to focus on removing these remaining roadblocks. If we work together and change our policies, we then are able to unlock the full potential of this region. And when businesses in this region can grow and scale, we can then be allowed to participate equitably in the global economy. And our businesses can now change that number from 4% to a far higher percentage in our participation globally. If we are able to accomplish this, we shall create for our people a shared prosperity, which is what we are all driving and looking forward to. So on behalf of all of PSFU and on behalf of all the delegates here, I want to thank you all for taking your time to be with us over these last few days. We want to thank the government of Uganda, particularly His Excellency, our President, who is the chair of the EAC, our ministers, and all our partner organizations who have made this possible. I also want to thank our Minister of Trade, who has graced this occasion, and for his championing of the private sector. We now, as PSFU, look forward to translating these outcomes into practical and implementable frameworks with clear timelines and clear deliverables. And we shall work together with all our governments to ensure that we move ourselves to this shared prosperity. I thank you very much. And Honorable Minister, I'd like to now call upon you to come and give your remarks and close this ceremony. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon to you all. To the honorable ministers that are present, permanent secretaries, the excellencies, the ambassadors, and the high commissioners present here today, our development partners, the chairman and the board of PSFU, the chairman of the East Africa Business Council, chairpersons and CEOs of the private sectors and apex bodies in the East African community, the captains of industry, members of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to officiate at the closing ceremony of the 3rd Annual Regional Industrialization Conference 2026 being held at the Serena, Kampala today. I want to start by applauding the Private Sector Foundation Uganda, all participants, speakers, exhibitors, the private sector actors, development partners, institutions, and the academia that have been able to contribute to the success of this conference. The theme, Unlocking Industrial Competitiveness through Innovation and Regional Value Chain Integration, stands as a testament to our collective resolve to accelerate East Africa's transformation into a continent of prosperity and economic resilience. We congregate here in Kampala, Uganda, the Pearl of Africa, to collectively chart a new course of action to guide the region's industrialization landscape. It is gratifying to note that this year's 3rd Annual Regional Industrialization Conference has brought together representatives from across the East African community, including Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, South Sudan, and of course, the host, Uganda. Your presence here demonstrates our shared commitment to advancing regional industrialization through cooperation, innovation, investment, and the development of integrated value chains. The timing of this conference could not have been more significant than now. We convene at a moment when Africa is positioning itself to the forefront of global industrialization, for which the continent currently provides, the chairman said 3%, the statistics that I have here say 2.something%, to the global value-added products market. Furthermore, intra-African trade currently accounts for only about 15%. The chairman quoted slightly different figures, but yeah, we're around about the same percentage, while intra-regional trade within East African community stands at approximately 19.3 billion, representing about 12.3% of the bloc's total trade. Although this has improved significantly, efforts of regional integration initiatives and the African Continental Free Trade Area, including measures to reduce non-tariff barriers and facilitate cross-border trade, the level of intra-African trade remains considerably lower than other regions. Like he correctly said, Europe is at 68%, Asia is at 59%. This gap speaks volumes. The gap underscores the urgent need to deepen regional integration, strengthen trade facilitation, removing remaining non-tariff barriers, and build regional competitive value chains that enable the East African countries and the African countries to trade more with one another and retain greater value within the continent. With a young, dynamic population with a median age of just 19 years, vast endowments of natural resources, including biodiversity, minerals, rare earth metals, agricultural commodities, a growing EAC consumer market of over 400 million people with a combined GDP of $522 billion, the African Continental Free Trade Area bringing together 1.4 billion people with a combined GDP estimated at more than $3.4 trillion, we have all the foundations needed to propel our industries, expand our trade, and unlock a new era of economic transformation across the region and the continent. Ladies and gentlemen, I have taken note of the recommendations that were read here by the Vice Chair and by the Chair. It is evident that East Africa now possesses many of the critical prerequisites needed to accelerate industrial transformation. What is required now is to translate these opportunities and commitments into concrete and coordinated actions that and drive inclusive and sustainable economic growth across this region. As a region, we must also acknowledge the challenges that to continue constrain our competitiveness, especially in the industrial sector. These include persistent non-tariff barriers and national protectionism, inconsistent implementation of the East African policies, and commitments that have been made at the highest level, the high costs of electricity, like mentioned here by the Chair, transport, telecommunications. We have some of the most expensive data. The cost of data that we pay is among the highest, and we go ahead to look at what the Chair said, the long-term industrial financial framework, the cost of financing, low levels of technology adoption and innovation, and inadequate participation of MSMEs, women and youth in the regional value chains. Colleagues, these challenges are real. Some of them are fed by ego, others are fed by myopic vision, and others are fed by lack of information that you have managed to information and consensus that you have managed to generate within the last 2 days. I want to call upon the various governments. I want to thank the representatives, the ambassadors that are present here, that we need to have a wider and larger outlook to these issues. If we continue fighting using non-tariff barriers amongst ourselves, then we are destined to stay where we are and we will not achieve much more. However, all the statistics, all the parameters continue showing us that we need to look outside EAC. And this is achievable. And I'm going to deviate a bit from my script. I'm not good at reading speeches, and I prefer to speak off the cuff. So, as a government of Uganda, I represent the government here today, and I'd like to take this opportunity to thank His Excellency the President for having appointed me as the Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. But I want to say here that we as Uganda are fully committed to working with the partner states to remove these non-tariff barriers, to continue for the push for the harmonization of trade, tax, customs, and industrial policies, to support the establishment of blended finance mechanisms to mobilize patient capital for regional industrial projects. We also, as the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, affirm the commitment to the above aspirations. As a government, as cabinet, we have been working on national development plans. So we had the National Development Plan 1, 2, 3, and the current one is NDP 4. Under the NDP 4, 4 key pillars were identified to drive the tenfold ambition that the chairman talked about. And those 4 key pillars are agro-processing, tourism, mining, and science, technology, and innovation. All these 4 pillars have been discussed here extensively, and your resolutions allude to working within those 4 pillars. So as government, we want to encourage you, the industrialists of East Africa. You are talking about integrating women, youth, and we've said that the majority of our population the mean age is 19 years. These are very young people, and in Uganda's case and many parts of East Africa, they are very highly educated. So we have a very highly educated population, very enlightened because of the use of IT, and you have these young people that really don't have anything constructive to do. So we are sitting on an issue that may explode within the near future. So as government, we are looking at agriculture becoming one of the largest employers. We are looking at including these people in the value chain. And we are looking at crops like avocado, processing them. We are looking at cocoa. We are looking at coffee. We are looking at honey, the apiary industry, which statistics has shown that in the global west, the global north, honey, 40% of the honey found on shelves is actually synthetic, whereas we have a lot of honey here in Uganda. The women and youth are throwing it away in the villages in western part, northern part of Uganda. And this, if properly processed and put on those global shelves by yourselves, together with the help of government, can help us solve some of these issues. We have what we are calling the Nilotic cassia. We have branded it as the Nilotic cassia nut, and this is going to work because many people who use petroleum jelly-based cosmetic products know that this has been declared to have health hazards. As shea butter becomes the next petroleum jelly, taking over the position of petroleum jelly, we believe that in northern Uganda and northeastern Uganda, where these crops are actually processed by women, by youth, and in West Africa, this crop is very well processed and mainly used for cooking and household use. We, as East Africa, can develop it to become the best in the cosmetology industry. Tourism has had issues. We see the failure of creating the East African circuit, the failure of marketing East Africa as one tourism destination. Whereas we all know that it is very, very important that the people in this room and those associated to the businesses in this room need to look at one East Africa. Why do we say that? Uganda is gifted with the unique position it is in. Kenya is gifted by the unique position it is in. Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, and all the other countries. But I can tell you one thing, that if you take the example of Uganda, which I know very well, we have a snow-capped mountain sitting on the equator at the Rwenzoris. You have the source of the Nile in Jinja. You have organic fruits and foods. You have the Murchison Falls. You have the silverback gorillas. If you combine with the tourism of Kenya, or you combine with the tourism of Tanzania, and we manage to sell the East African circuit, how much value can we add to the economy of East Africa? Uganda had its own challenges. We were left behind because of the political instability, but we are catching up quickly. We have built world-class facilities, whether it is for gorilla trekking, whether it is at the source of the Nile, or whether it is Murchison Falls National Park. We are ready for business as a country. So, our colleagues in Kenya, as a government, we have put tourism as the second pillar. And we are saying that our colleagues in Tanzania, our colleagues in Rwanda, our colleagues in Burundi, we need to market collectively East Africa, brand East Africa, in order for us to benefit of the tourists that are in the Northern Hemisphere. We go ahead and say that we as Uganda have opened up the mining sector. We have been working on oil. We are about to touch the first oil. But as policy, we have said, as a country, we are not going to export raw minerals or raw natural resources, and there must be value addition in Uganda. So we are opening up a sector that is fairly virgin or raw, and we are inviting investors, and we are saying we have copper, cobalt, tin, iron ore, and Uganda has started taking leaps and strides in the processing of the mining sector. We are also saying that Uganda, with the data speeds, with the national backbone fiber of internet that is rolling around the whole country, we have some of the best internet speeds. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to bring to your attention that East Africa speaks the best English globally. If you compare ourselves to our friends, brothers, and sisters in Southern Africa, they need to speak twice for you to understand what they are saying. The same to our brothers and sisters in West Africa. If you go to India, it's worse. If you go to China, it gets worse. If you go to the Philippines, it's worse. But Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania have failed to attract BPOs in their economies. We have failed to attract call centers into our economies. And that's a question that is one of the elephants that the ED talked about in this room. We have the data speeds. We have the educated people. We have the knowledge. Why are we failing to set up and tap into these low-hanging fruits as East Africans? These are all questions that I believe that all of you are capable and have been answering within the last few days. Our job is to make sure that we create the enabling environment for business. As somebody who has grown up in East Africa, there is no part of East Africa that I have not touched as a child, because I grew up in Uganda in Idi Amin's regime, and every time the situation became unstable, we were exported as refugees to Tanzania and Kenya. So there is no part of East Africa that I don't understand. And my understanding tells me that we are in extremely good position to sell our goods and services to the rest of the world. If only we stop competing amongst ourselves. When I was appointed the minister, one of the papers I found was that we had a business visit of investors, businessmen from Kenya, in the sugar industry and technocrats. And the purpose was they wanted to come and see, because they did not believe that Uganda has enough factories to produce sugar to actually export. And like the Muganda here says, Amasoga Muganda Gali Mungalo, they wanted to come and touch and feel the factories in Uganda. About 3-4 weeks back, we had a similar delegation from Tanzania that came to see the milk factories, came to see the sugar factories, came to see the steel factories, the cement factories. Our brothers and sisters in the region are finding it a bit strange. How can Uganda have enough to export? And we want to tell you that all the credit goes to His Excellency President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni for the enabling environment. We have enough for ourselves, and we have enough both in terms of quality and quantity to serve our neighbors. Uganda is no longer a destination for maize and beans, but we are entering the export market, and we are saying, please allow us to trade with you. The current balance of trade compared in the East African countries is against Uganda anyway. Kenya is exporting more, Tanzania is exporting more. So ladies and gentlemen, and those that represent government, go and tell them that the small brother is saying, please allow us to do business. It is very unfair for one of the countries to put barrier, a tariff on sugar because somebody wants to import it from Brazil. Let's be patriotic, let's be nationalistic. There is sugar here, we are willing to serve the region. There is milk powder here, we are ready, we have exported even to some Arab countries, and we are saying that Uganda is going to keep on importing from our East African brothers. The guidance of His Excellency, the President, is that let us all strengthen the sections where we are strong, allow them to prosper where they are strong, and we exchange amongst ourselves. As I wind up, I want to say that as somebody who has lived in this region, has lived in this country, it used to take 8 to 10 hours to drive from Tororo up to Kampala because there were no roads in Uganda. There was no power, there was no water, there was no security. If I was riding a new bicycle, then the soldiers at that time would tell you, first leave it here. If you had a new radio cassette, they would take it. If you had a car, they would take it. They would ask politely. If you don't, then they would use force. So, this is the history of where we are coming from. But today, Uganda has managed to successfully turn around and become a net exporter of milk, a net exporter of sugar, a net exporter of steel, a net exporter of various other products. The list is becoming endless. We want to encourage our brothers and sisters within the region. Come and invest in Uganda. Uganda is ready for business. We will give you the markets, we will give you the enabling environment, and we are telling you that the policies are sustainable and long-term. One of the evidences that I want to present here today, as a country, we have had one of the most stable currencies in the last many years. Our GDP growth rate, the economic growth rate is consistently rising year in, year out. Distinguished guests, we have the collective intellect, the capital, the political will to rewrite our economic narrative. We must move away from looking at each other as commercial competitors and instead view each other as vital partners in a shared industrial destiny. I now take the honor and privilege to declare the 3rd Annual Regional Industrialization Conference 2026 officially closed. I say this all for God and my country.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause, and you're welcome to get to your feet. Come on, let's do better than that. Let's give the Honorable Minister a round of applause. A true East African in every right, based on the story he has shared. But very quickly, allow us to have some photo ops. And while the rest of you take your seats, I'll invite our high table to just join the Honorable Minister at the center there for a quick photo op. We'll only have 2 or 3 photo ops, so I will guide us. Let's first start with the high table, and then I'll be inviting our board and a few others. All right, so the first picture is, yes, with the high table. After this, I'll request the PSFU board members who are present, but I think they're still removing some obstructions so that we have a clear shot. All right, now that those obstructions are out of the way, we have official cameramen and those with their phones as well. I see my brother from Gulu who had warned perhaps you'll have a chat with the minister later. All right, thank you very much. We'll have another picture we'll invite the board members of PSFU just to come and join our team up here. The board members present, thank you so much. And after that, of course, they'll take their seats, and I'll invite just one last set of people. All our regional private sector bodies that are present, that have traveled from Rwanda, Burundi, from Kenya, Tanzania, Southern Sudan. I'd like to invite them. Board, I think you're welcome to take your seats, and we allow for the regional private sector members, EABC, ABC, just to join. And then we shall be wrapping it up with our key sponsors. All right, thank you very much. The last picture will be with our key sponsors who I shall invite to come. All of those who are present and represented here. I will... in the morning, we had my sister who said we have not been appreciating. I would like to invite Mama from Bella, Mama Bella Wine. Please come, and we see your effort. We see all you have done. I'll invite you to join in this picture. But Nelson from UBL, I see you. The banks that were present. I don't know if we still have MTN or any of the other telcos. Our sponsors, you are absolutely welcome. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And this will be our last photo. All right. All right, a round of applause. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. And now, ladies and gentlemen, lunch is served, and hopefully you all have coupons. I had to create some urgency, but where lunch has been served will be closing shortly. So I'll encourage us, even as we exit, to make our way to the lunch area, which is a Pearl Restaurant. Those who have blue, it's in Pearl Restaurant. And pink will be in the Turaco. Red coupons are in Lex Restaurant. We thank you very, very much. And also to advise that this hall is going to be transformed for yet another occasion.